Welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels. We have a couple of submissions in already from Terminator SDGML and I Drink Windex, which sounds very dangerous. So let's get into it immediately. And let's make sure the Qbot is all caught up to the fact that we are going to be starting with Anti-Master Sword Trial Bonus 3. A very fresh upload in an old Sword Avoidance series that Terminator has been running for some time. A storm of swords are coming. Be quick. The swords show no mercy. Mwahaha. Reach the goal. Super Mario. Let's see if we can do it. And we're going to hit the sword immediately. I am going to scout if I do fail, I think, but... yeah, so you do need to keep your head fairly low. I might need to crouch jump some of this, but... running immediately is, of course, going to be advisable here, and nudging against a wall is not going to be so good. Current clear on this is about 22 seconds. And we need a significantly better jump over there. I am consistently getting off a little bit too far to the right, I think. And just getting dunked. Let's scout anyway. Oh, I see. So you do need to really keep pace and be fairly precise about every jump in terms of keeping momentum. Almost as though you had a triple jump in this style like you would in NSMB, except you don't. Certainly makes you wish for one, complete with the flip. And yeah, SDGML Terminator has a huge series of these that has been going for quite a long time, so it's somewhat likely that you've seen at least one of them in other viewer level streams before, but of course this concept is one that he's not alone in making, but he certainly made very many of these, and so it's fairly likely it's one of his. Making this jump quickly is the major obstacle for us right now, so let's try to make it happen. Alright, let's just keep going. As you can see, I'm already way behind, but let's see what's... okay, so there's going to be a bounce over here, and then you have to fall and then hit the P. Once you hit the P, you can maintain running speed, because the munchers that are released by the P-switch are going to fall on each of the successive note blocks. I see, you just need to jump directly over. You can't really even trip on that block, I think. And it is possible to go over without hitting it at all, yes. And look at how tight that is. That the sword is in the middle of spawning from the block as you pass it. So it does tell you, at least, that the expectation is to go completely over that one big column that you see here. And yeah, that was a very sudden burst of progress for sure. And I'm overshooting that jump. I do need to land, and then as the swamp is coming in, I do need to... get up to the one-way panel immediately because the sword falls there upon the activation of the on-off switch, I see. So, margins are going to be quite tight here. And hitting that wall at all is going to be failure. And yeah, trying to loosen up on some of the jumps here, that's not going so well so far. Because I am trying to cut a few corners here. But I do not have that much flexibility at the very start here. And I am taking off a little late on that platform, probably because I'm landing too far to the right there to begin with. So, have to have a fairly light touch on the button. You managed to make this release mechanism more efficient and tight. Yeah, I can see that. In terms of the Buzzy shell bouncing on everything, I assume you're talking about that. Because relative to my running speed, I certainly won't have a lot of flexibility. It's going to outpace me pretty quickly. Yeah, because you can see that the shell starts up behind me, but the shell is going to be ahead of my speed as I start to accelerate, and so... that wall is going to be an issue for me here. And yeah, I see what you mean with the shell launching, just from the spring falling on it on the left side. Okay, I actually managed to get ahead there in spite of the fact that it felt like it slowed down slightly. Now, because the camera is dependent on Mario's position, even if I do stumble a bit near the beginning, I think I'm still able to beat some of the later mechanisms, since they are going to be camera relative. But I don't know that for a fact yet. I haven't looked at this that carefully, and we should follow the coins a little bit better. The coin trails are a little difficult for me to target when I am Super Mario, since I have 2 tiles to work with. 2 tiles of height to collect the coins. And so following the coin trail isn't going to be exact. And yeah, just because of that, we might run this into a few issues, but we'll see. Definitely tripping on that corner every time. There we go. Okay, that was almost correct, except I didn't manage to hit the trampoline high enough. I was coming in a little bit under. Pretty much have to treat the opening of this level like a rhythm game. I'm trying to time that with the length of my button presses, such that, you know, eventually we'll get to the point where it's kind of equivalent to doing it blindfold. And that should be the way to play this, but anyway, that yay comes in right as I stumble off the edge. Nope. Stayed a little bit too long in that block that time. SDGML, I don't own the Tycho game, but I have played it once when visiting somebody else with their Switch. A couple of years ago, I think. I don't think I played it with the actual Tycho Drum accessory, though. I did play it using the motion detection on the Joy-Cons, if I recall. I do know that it is physically sold with the Tycho Drum accessory. Oh, you have the game with no drum. Okay, you can play it without a drum, but it's not quite the same thing, I would imagine. Back in the GameCube, there were a small selection of games that was released for the DK Bongo drums. And a couple of them were actually remade or re-released on the Wii, supporting the Wiimote motion controls as well, but I would imagine that wasn't nearly as interesting an experience because, you know, the way those games were originally designed, they really needed a very tactile interaction. So yeah, there were 2 music games, Donkey Konga 1 and 2, and then there was also Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, which was actually one of the best 2D platformers of the era, and indeed one of the only major 2D platformers of the era, because Nintendo had largely kind of abandoned that on home console for a couple of years, back on the N64 and the GameCube era. And so Jungle Beat was a pretty unique experience. Jungle Beat was actually the direct precursor to Super Mario Galaxy, and that team that worked on the DK Bongo game kind of took over doing the 3D Mario series. N64, welcome. We were talking about taiko drums, which got me on the subject of the GameCube bongo drums. And the magnificence that was Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. Oops. Nope, it's coming in a little bit low on that once again. It's like I do have to slow down a bit on those jumps in terms of my forward momentum. And the pullback is throwing me off slightly. Especially because I'm kind of eyeing that thwomp and one-way panel and everything else at the same time. And there's quite a lot to coordinate myself against. Let's just try to make that jump even though we failed this already. Yeah, as tall Mario, it's a little bit difficult. That's one of the things that's throwing me off there, in fact. You do need to hit the POWs on the MTP blocks. I will be hitting them a little bit differently when I am, of course, Super Mario. So scouting ahead with Link isn't going to give me an exact picture of the margins I'm dealing with here, simply because Super Mario is that entire tile taller. And yeah, Mail64, I was actually just saying that probably the Wii version wasn't quite the same experience. Same game, of course, but, you know, the game was originally built for the tactility of that bongo accessory. Where your hands would just get sore. I didn't get to the point of ever getting the platinum medals or anything. I didn't own it, in fact. Back then, I got it through rental, which was the wonderful thing that existed back then, being able to go to a neighborhood video shop and not only rent the game, but rent the bongo drums. And looking back at it, I kind of regret not owning it, just as a very unique piece of GameCube hardware, even if it was just for that one game, unless one also played Donkey Konga. I mean, the DK bongos had a very limited button mapping to the controller interface. You couldn't quite do all of the possible inputs, I think, but, you know, it would be possible to do a bit of a novelty run of playing various games with bongos, especially because both the Wii U and the Switch, for Smash purposes, do have that GameCube controller port, I think, that was sold in very limited quantities just for Smash players mostly who were interested, and technically you could map that to the bongo controls and then use the system-level controller mapping onto Switch to modify the bongo controls as necessary, such that, you know, if a game was only using a limited set of buttons, you could actually play on the Switch that way if you wanted. And yeah, of course, there's tons of modification that you can do, especially if you just use it through a controller interface through a Dolphin or something on PC. I'm pretty sure there are, I don't know about the DK Bongo specifically, but there are a lot of streamers who are kind of rhythm game or rhythm game controller specialists, people who play platform games with dance pads, etc. I remember probably about a year ago, when I was also playing 3D World, I dropped in on this one streamer on Twitch who was getting through Champions Road in 3D World with the DDR dance pad. That's a pretty interesting thing to choose to specialize in, for sure. Flying Filipino, welcome. Hope you've been well. Okay, let's... nope. A little bit high on that bounce. Blobby volley with DDR. I don't know if I know what that is. And yeah, Flying Filipino, things have been pretty good here. Seems like there's a lot going on with Mario Maker this weekend in terms of big streamers who normally don't play this game coming in and also doing it themselves. Okay, we were a little behind pace there. Let's just see what this is going to be. I think you need to jump over that entire section. You can't actually land onto trampolines at all because there is going to be a sword on every tile. That's how I understand it. And thank you for submitting the super cool level title. That is indeed a super cool level title. And yeah, eventually I should actually switch to the Viewer Levels bot. I've had Warp World bot set up from the beginning of my time in this. We're just going to do a practice run here with Link. And I just have not bothered to reconfigure everything since, in spite of the fact that the Viewer Levels bot is, I think, much more reliable and fully featured at this point. And yeah, I know from watching other streams that, especially some of the advanced queuing capabilities, in terms of the customization you can do with, weighted random and all that, and similar features, is in a much better state with the other bot these days. I just haven't taken time to really redo things with my overlay and my whole system, so it's something I actually should look into at some point, because Warp World had started to have some issues, I think. Terminator, this is going to be a lot to deal with. It's going to be consecutive 50 coins, and then you have to outpace another shell that's going to drop swords on you if you look at the note box up top. And then the arrows are telling me something, down, 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 up. I don't really know how that's going to work. Let's go back and see. But yeah, in some ways I think the Warp World bot coasts on a lot of inertia and goodwill from Mario Maker 1, back when it was just using the bookmark site API, and it was interesting without the bookmark site API just how quickly the different Q-bots managed to get things like OCR and such set up, and level databases and such, and kind of work around the fact that our access to information on Nintendo's end was much more limited than in the first game. Big Coins and Coaster tells you where to land. The down arrows means stay on it briefly at that point. Yeah, I'll be reading that very quickly, Terminator. I don't know if I'll necessarily be able to process that without much practice. But we'll see. We'll try to put in a couple more attempts here. Ooh, that's quite a landing. And it's on that section there after the P-switch that I am finding myself a little behind pace, in spite of the fact that I'm going full speed ahead at that point, so. Flying Filipino, there is a replace command. Indeed, one of my frustrations with Warp World bot is that, in spite of the fact that there's a replace command in the system, I am somewhat limited in my ability to configure it. Oh yeah, okay, you added a code already and you forgot you closed a browser. I see. Yeah, no worries about that. Okay, so Terminator, we'll see what we can do here. I'm having some trouble with the bit where you hit the POW blocks. Once again, because the estimate with a 2-tile high Mario is going to be a little bit different, and I don't quite know how I'm being outpaced with sword over there either. I may just have slowed down too much at that point, because I thought the idea was that if you hit the POW, you can land where the Muncher was formerly standing. Since the Muncher is taken out by the POW, that seems to be a logical way to approach it, but if I do it that way, it looks like I'm slowing down just a bit much. And so we'll see. Now, Terminator, because at least with this level, it's going to be kind of a short length thing where we aren't stuck behind checkpoint or anything. If I do need to kind of give up and continue later, it's a lot easier to do it with this level than with some other longer ones where checkpoint progress is an issue, so we'll stay on it for a little bit longer. We'll see how far we can get, but if I don't manage to get to clear on this run, we shouldn't have too much trouble picking up where we left off. Hit the POWs, but not a full jump. Yeah, exactly. I know it's not a full jump. I am just having trouble estimating that because of the fact that I'm tall at that point, and so it looks like a very natural, comfortable jump when I'm just one tile high. If I'm reading the E-block markers as I'll be hitting the POWs. As Super Mario, though, I'm definitely having a bit of trouble seeing where I'm going to make contact, and so that's affecting how I'm planning that jump. But we'll try to make it work. And yeah, you can see that it's actually the same shell that's kind of maintained up top that, you know, pops past a cloud that's above the ceiling. And so, because things are kind of synchronized to that initial shell as far as I can tell, that's why we're getting a little bit outpaced later on, although of course the issue that I had with the P-switch and the falling munchers was something that was kind of local to that section because the falling munchers are controlled by the P-switch in terms of when they trigger. Mang, welcome. So let's see if we can do this. And Luca coming in as well. Okay. This looks better than usual. I was trying to do a crouch jump into that to try to retarget that, but no, I was missing the block entirely. I do need a shorter jump if I'm doing that, because we would still be targeting the muncher platform with something that's controlled and less than a full jump. It'll be a big jump after that to get all the way over the trampolines though, so... Nope. A little bit low on that. And we're gonna have something from Mang69 today. Pretty soon we'll find out what that is. For some definition of pretty soon. Okay, we are progressing. I do want to see if I can make it past a muncher. Hang on, just a moment. Let's try that again. And I have to remember, the third jump there is a full jump as well. I don't know why I tend to pull back on that one, it's just a bad habit, I think. Nope. Yeah, the jumps become quite controlled after a certain point, after having spent most of the level going at full speed. Actually, a little bit of a pullback here on this high jump may not be too bad in terms of getting myself in at the correct angle, but be quite precise about that. Okay. Nope. Trying to crouch jump into that and I just missed completely. Yeah, so you can see that with the falling POWs, the sword is directly over the POWs, and so you do have to have a very light touch, and you can't really exceed contact with the POWs. When you make contact with the POWs, you kind of need to drop immediately, and that's the expectation. Because if you don't drop immediately, you do make contact with the sword. So yeah, I was wondering where the swords were coming from in the POW area, and the fact that the swords are stacked directly over the POW blocks is definitely clarifying why it is I'm failing there. So, nope. I can see the arrow pointing right is supposed to encourage me to make a full jump. You know perfectly well how well I understand indications, so we're naturally not really doing that. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, as you can see, still exceeding that height there. It's a difficult read for sure, because it kind of feels like if you let up, as soon as you make contact with the POWs, that you're just going to fall right into the pit. But it's just a difficult thing to estimate. Just, you know, imagining the P blocks there, noting the contact point with the POWs, as though they were a ceiling. That's the perceptual trick to that particular spot that we hadn't thought about very carefully just yet, so... Whoops. Staying a little long on that block. Okay. And no, slowing down a little bit too much in this section. You see it. It's kind of a short jump to the muncher followed by a full jump. And when you're just one tile high as Link, much easier to see what's going on there. So. Nope. Tricky. So yeah, we'll give this a few more tries for now, Terminator. You are, of course, very welcome to requeue this if I am nowhere close to clearing it. For something that's 22 seconds, it's certainly quite a lot of material to work with here. Whoops. And yeah, trying to keep those jumps nice and crisp so we can outpace the swords spawning into question blocks, but as you can see, I am pulling back just a little bit much there. Nope. Very tricky. Let's try to make at least one deep run over to the POW contact so we can give that another go and try to survive that as Super Mario. We are not particularly close right now, especially given the amount of material before the ending. We haven't even begun to learn yet. So yeah, let's just do this as a bit of a trial here, or not. So yeah, practicing ahead with Link is not really that useful. You get to see what's coming, but you don't get to see it with the proper height that you're actually dealing with, so... And that does make a pretty huge difference considering some of the margins here with the swords that are trying to dunk you on the head. Whoops, trying to pull back there, that didn't work. Okay, all the way over. And I missed. Hey, that's the best attempt yet. And that's just a matter of targeting the landings properly. It's not going to be quite a full jump there. There is going to be a little bit of pullback as you try to sneak in under the swords. But it's a new record, and so at least I will have a minor sense of accomplishment to take with me, knowing that at least we can get that far. We'll try to get back there maybe one more time, since it was a fairly easy jump that I failed at after that. And of course, the main thing is that currently I really don't have a sense of how the blue skull-wrapped section at the end is going to go, even though we haven't really looked at it properly yet. Missing the jump. Terminator, how does the level flow? I think is definitely one where you kind of have to make a bit of a mental adjustment to where the slowdown and the control jumps are going to happen, because the starting section of the level, just owing to the synchronization of your speed with a shell up above, does require you to go full speed most of the way, and so I mean, as you read each of the obstacles, it's pretty clear what to do. Even at the speed you're going, there's no real visibility issue, I think, until you get to some of the trampolines near the end, perhaps, where you aren't necessarily going to understand that blind, but for the most part, it's just kind of adjusting to the fact that there will be some pullback and some control jumps here and there, and understanding when that's going to happen, because that's something that, you know, until you actually play it, you're not necessarily going to be estimating it visually. Yeah, I think a lot of the individual segments themselves are probably alright. Definitely, as you can see, there are certain specific points, like this wall right here, that are going to be bigger challenges than others. The tightness of getting over the question blocks as the swords are spawning actually is quite nice, because it's one of those things that is just safer than it looks, right? It's always nice to have stuff in this game that is safer than it looks, rather than the other way around. Okay, we'll try to make one more good attempt, at least. I'm unlikely to clear it in this sitting, but we have made enough progress that it's a good starting point for a continuation. So let's just mark it for now. And it works pretty well so far, so we'll just set it aside so we can get through some more of the people who were in at the very beginning of the stream as I opened, so we don't leave too many of them hanging. Let's just take it out for now, and if we need to come back to it later, we can. And I don't think we have any subs in, so let's just proceed with SDGML. Okay. Well, let's continue with the list. We're up to the Infested Swamp, a very recent creation from about a week ago, a little bit more than a week. Goom-Ouija, the exterminator, must somehow rid the swamp of pests. And Windex, you'll be next after this one. And yeah, we are caught up. Well, up to this point, I missed a couple of them early on, but that's okay. We'll do this new one, unless SD objects. But yeah, I see that I had some other ones uncleared further down, and we'll catch up on those eventually. Okay, back to not just speeding everywhere. I like that this is protected, at least. Oh hey, it's a Goomba. Of course I want the Goomba, because it's the best item in the game, and I'm kind of required to take it through the door anyhow, so... Okay, on-off switch over here. We can probably... We can't quite get a high jump to break this, but we'll see about doing something with this later on. For now, let's sneak around. And everybody's just going to very kindly let me pass. I'm sure this will eventually not be the case. Yeah, these guys are going to respawn anyway by the time I come back, so this murder spree is only temporary. There's going to be some kind of item switch, perhaps, through those pipes as we proceed. Eventually backwards, I would be guessing. Especially because this is going to Pop things open here, and we're going to be switching to the bullet head, which explains the on-off switch guarded by the brick at the very beginning of this layout. And this doesn't change anything if you loop around. Everyone's very chill until, of course, you start brandishing this cannon box everywhere and threatening them. Now, let's see if I can go back to get the bullet head. I know that there was the pipe in the middle section that allows me to probably change over to the bullet head, where there were two pipes, one spawning the Goomba head and one that was as yet unknown. But until we are up to that point, we had better just hit everything we can. Okay, there we go. There's the midpoint. Whoops. We'd better shoot this guy some more and hope for the best. Nope. That's okay, we'll go back and hopefully not run into any respawns that would obstruct me. Nope, everything's fine. And this guy is going to very kindly pull back. And yeah, that's going to give me a key. Because he was holding it all along. Imagine that. Okay, so now we can switch back to that, but we have the key. So we have a choice. We can take the Goomba hat through if we want. It seems like that's actually kind of implied. But... oh, and it's necessary anyway. Here's a little Goomba cake. And eventually we'll have some kind of bullet switch here as well, maybe? I know this is just an on-off switch that takes you where, I guess, takes you through the pipe. That's the only way to go, so... same idea here, I would imagine. Okay. 10 coin. Whoops. Cheap at least is going to pass me by. Okay, so eventually it will drop this guy and we'll have to deal with the creeper as well. The P blocks tell me something. Probably the extent of where the creeper goes, but we'll discover that eventually, I'm sure. We are, of course, going to get the 30 coin. And probably wall jump back up eventually. Yeah, so interestingly enough, if you do lose the Goomba head, it is still a level that's kind of playable all the way up to the pipe that gives you another one later on. Same idea if you lose the bullet head, I think. I mean, you do need to progress to the very end. Nope, this is a bad idea. Because now we need to go back for the head. In order to get through the door safely, let's go back to that pipe then. That's okay, we salvaged that. Crisis averted. Okay, that's done. Now we go back. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I see. So there was the skip squeak that drops from the on-off blocks in the top left of this level as you come in. I bet that's holding the key. That's the one. That's the key guardian. Whoops. Okay. Then we'll just gun it over here. And he's going to take a projectile to the face. Supernova knows this masterpiece. Supernova has evidently been studying. And here we are. Let's bounce, bounce, bounce. Bounce some more. Well, we're not coming all this way to finish this, but I haven't collected all the coins, so let's collect all the coins. And let's stomp. Oh yeah, I'm small. Okay. That's okay, we still got the cheers. And it'll cheer us on as many times as we wish, so. That's a GG. Thank you for that, SD. Terminator, what are the top Mario games of the last decade? There haven't been that many if you're talking about Mario platformers. I mean, obviously there are the 2 Maker games, but there haven't really been that many since 2012. What was the order? Like NSMB U, then Luigi U in 2013, and 3D World was there, and then Odyssey and Bowser's Fury, like that whole line. No, there haven't really been that many mainline Mario titles. Anyway, welcome to the Q Supernova. Let's mark this. I did mark this as a win. Let's see who is next here. Mail64, NSMB2. Oh, yes, it was also 2012. I was trying to remember how early in 2012 it was, because I caught up on NSMB2 a little bit after its release. I remember getting it with the old Club Nintendo points as a complimentary download. And so I caught up on it years later, and I think it was released maybe June 2012, if I think about it. I know it was entirely too close to the Wii U, and too close to NSMBU, but well spotted there. We would erase NSMB2 anyway, but... Okay, I drink Windex. Please check in if you're still here. I do see you lurking around in the chat, so I do check in if you're able to. Let me check the list past that point. If they really drank Windex, they aren't here. That's entirely possible. Mail64, I'll probably bring you in if I drink Windex is too busy drinking Windex. I do see them in the lurk list. Okay, there we go. Thank you for checking in. Yeah, we're pretty flexible if people are just temporarily AFK. Or I guess they're called for some other reason. But glad to bring you in. Sky Speed Run 20 seconds by Obama. Thanks, Obama. Follow the coins to the end of the level and have fun. About a 1 second margin on the record, so that should be fairly flexible. And we're back to speeding. What a fake out right there. As you can see, some of the platforms are going to fall and some aren't. I honestly don't have enough time to read where all the bridges are going to be supporting me. So, we're just going to follow the coins and hope for the best. THX. With a second to go, so. Worked pretty well. And we still didn't manage to match the record, but that's okay. Wasn't quite optimal. As a matter of a couple of frames. So thank you for that. We haven't really had a one-shot in a long time here. So far as I know. Okay, Mail64, you're not ready because you have a clear check going on? Okay. Mail64, if you're still not done, I'll bump you back one spot. And we'll go to Flying Filipino first. So do let me know. Yeah, you said you're not done. Yep. And Flying Filipino, if you were still here. I actually don't know if they are. If not, then we will head up to Mang. I do know Flying Filipino was kind of switching devices earlier, so they might have tapped out. But that's okay, we'll just pop that out for the time being and pass the clear check once again and take a look at Mang. That should buy us plenty of time. Okay, so these ones we played the earlier versions of. This one seems to be next. Mole. And that may be the choice today. Oh, yes, okay, so this is the syntax error level. Unless we're supposed to read this some other way, as some kind of character cipher. I don't think I'm going to figure out the message here by sight right now. We'll just kind of assume that it's something to do with moles. We'll work it out on paper after the fact. Well, I mean, the big splash screen here says mole, but as you can see, there are perhaps not the right number of characters for things to match up, unless perhaps certain combinations of characters are meant to represent alphabetic sequences. Or work as operators in some other fashion, like if you look at the placement of the ampersands and such. Let's accept that we don't have enough information to work with and actually play the level. Atlantis, you think it's the Chimera face? Okay. Interesting. Okay, we've seen a similar mechanic before, but now we have it in low gravity. It looks like we'll... Whoops. Almost missed that mole. And looks like no mole is going to come up and save me in that location. Supernova, you think it's just random characters that mean nothing? Oh, I don't know about that. We've played some levels by Mang before that seemed to have random characters in the title, but it turns out the titles actually told an entire story. Whoops. Terminator, you said it was an all-girl tournament on Twitch yesterday. A tournament of what game? Like a tournament of super expert speedrunning in this game, or are you talking about some other video game entirely? I know there is a fairly active Endless Experts speedrun league or something like that. I don't exactly know how it works. But I've seen some other streamers play it. But in general, I'm not really that up to date on that side of the Mario Maker scene. You're saying it is Maker 2, okay. Oh, okay, so it was a set of pre-made levels specifically for the event to kind of keep the format consistent. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Perhaps like what they have done with some of the GDQ exhibitions in the past, just having a pre-made level set for, you know, a blind speed contest. No, I needed to buy myself a little bit of extra time for that mole to come up, I think. I'm not exactly sure, I haven't quite read that yet, but I clearly didn't gain enough height. Knowing where to deliberately lose height is an important part of this level here. No, I actually need to go down and sneak beneath that mole. This is not a level where I'm not allowed to land or anything like that, even though I'm playing this early section as though there were a
don't touch the ground condition up until this skull, of course. So we need to remember that I am actually allowed to stand on stuff, which is pretty important here. I am trying to bend back down there, but I'm just missing. And Terminator, you said it was Kaizo and Light Kaizo? Yeah. Interesting. It's good that a lot of those events are still up and running. Quite a lot of stylistic diversity to the maker scene. And okay, let's go forward. It's not over, and Sunday they will be continuing. Okay. So a couple of big streamers like Shoujo involved, as Terminator just said. And it's funny, of course, Supernova, what you said about the kind of gender balance of the demographics in Mario Maker. That you interjected with that right after SD had piped up and said something. But no, I think that with Nintendo games in general, and also Mario Maker specifically, it's actually much less of a sausage party than most video games tend to be, in my experience. Although, I think some of the demographics have been a bit different with the Switch, where having looked at some things like market data and such in the past, that certainly compared to things like Wii, DS, 3DS, etc., the Switch base is kind of abnormally male-dominated for Nintendo, as far as I know. But I don't remember the figures exactly. Okay, the mole's coming up, but it's going to come up to the coin. So I bounce on a note block, go above the booze, get on the mole, get on the platform. Not too hard to read. Wii U, yeah, well, Wii U was definitely a bit of a specialty system, and that's always going to be the case, I think, with the things that are reaching much less of a mainstream market. Certainly didn't help that a lot of big crossover IPs like Animal Crossing were kind of missing in action on the Wii U. I say that as somebody who actually really loved Nintendo's output during the Wii U era. I thought that it was really where the kind of 2D platformer revival that we're enjoying now started to take off, but it was definitely for much more of a traditional demographic in many ways. You know, if you were somebody like me who plays 2D platformers on the Wii U, you were likely to just have the time of your life. Always thought at the time, I mean, obviously it's been surpassed by the Switch, and most of its offerings kind of completely superseded by the Switch, but at the time it really felt like the Wii U was kind of the best showing for 2D platformers since probably the Super Nintendo. Yeah, Supernova, in my lifetime, there's been a lot of generational change to this as well, where, you know, one of the reasons why Nintendo systems tended to have a better gender balance is not just the fact that they tapped into casual markets, but because they would tap into a lot of markets for younger players where, you know, people aren't under as much social pressure either way when it comes to whether boys play video games or whether girls play video games, you know, that kind of thing. And it's something I've definitely seen within my lifetime. Like, certainly if you start looking at the Wii era and such, where it seemed like the younger generation was just much less self-conscious about the kind of social signals that were sent by playing a lot of video games, and that it was just much more a part of popular entertainment and part of life, right? And I think to the extent that that trend might have been forestalled, it was definitely with the bifurcation of the market in the mobile era, where, you know, in many ways, I think the rise of the mobile market made a lot of the kind of casual versus core situation quite a bit worse than it used to be, once again. Nintendo has Pokemon as well, and that has children, all genders as well. Yeah, a lot of stuff like that, basically. And of course, you know, Pokemon, that's another example of something that doesn't really have a presence on Wii U. To go back to that. Anyway, sorry, I'm missing a few messages here because I'm too busy jumping on moles. Let's try to catch up as soon as I have a moment to read some things. Yeah, we'll pull that mole back. We'll do this little triple over here, and then we'll... There we go. It seemed to work well, except we need to jump there and then land under the mole and then go up to the moles on the right side. SD, you were saying there were just a couple of girls in school that played video games because they had brothers and people thought they were weird. Well, I'm sure their brothers thought they were really cool, actually, which is a positive sibling relationship to have, and which in the long run is probably much more valuable than people who don't respect your video game playing and probably wouldn't be your friends anyway. And yeah, Male64, I told you, Kirby and the Forgotten Land is something very special. That was really quite a treat. Yeah, we did manage to run it 100% on the stream. Had a wonderful time with it. There hasn't been much 3D platformer content from Nintendo on the Switch, but what there has been wonderful. Between Odyssey and Bowser's Fury, Octo Expansion, which is now available to all of the premium subscribers, and the new Kirby game. I mean, everything has just been very high quality across the board. Do you get anything special getting 100%? You get a screen that congratulates you for 100%. There are some additional cosmetic things, like some additional pictures that appear in Kirby's house in the village. There is also just a general sense of accomplishment, which is the most important thing. In fact, Terminator, the 100% marker does not include the speed time check marks that are on the challenges, so a true 100% does include those, and I'm very pleased to say I managed to get that as well, despite having a lot of trouble with the second last one in the game, if I'm counting accurately. I was just about to say what it was, but then I realized some people here might not be that far in the game yet, and I don't want to spoil the relevant copy ability. And yeah, I feel like the new Kirby addressed a lot of the things that don't sit too well with me about Kirby games normally as a platformer. That's the kind of infinite float and the way that the height restrictions on that or the kind of general physics around that were redesigned, and just the crispness of your landing time or your wind-up time for various actions and such. Like, everything was kind of tightened up in a way that made this feel like a much more responsive Kirby game than a lot of the 2D platformers in the past, I think. In the past, I would say that Kirby has never been that important in a series to me. I tended to prefer some of the things like the weird spin-off games, like Paintbrush ones, but there's so much in Forgotten Land that just made the concept work completely. Yeah, a little bit of momentum going forward here is necessary. I completely missed. Didn't quite manage to get height there. Supernova is going to slip in a code for cluster tracks. Interesting. Mail, you're as far as the desert, I see. Okay, that gives me a sense of what I can say without spoiling you. Whoops. Got the high bounce over here. Yeah, I was really impressed with a lot of the ways in which the copy abilities were kind of rethought for 3D, as well as the way that that generally tied into a very combat-focused experience in some ways, where, as I kept on saying repeatedly throughout the time that I was streaming Kirby, there was quite a lot in the game that reminded me directly of Bayonetta. And indeed, I would be surprised if Bayonetta 3 turned out to be as good as Kirby in the Forgotten Land. It seems like I'm comparing apples and oranges in a way, but they're a series that now have a much closer kinship than you might assume. And yeah, that's true. There definitely were some classic abilities like Stone that were missing. But that's okay. Stone is over there in Smash Brothers if you need it. Terminator, I actually started Master Mode this year. I thought, okay, you know, it's around the 5th anniversary of Breath of the Wild. It's about time that I actually got around to it, because I always had this ambition of doing Master Mode with a couple of house rules. Like never using fast travel, and playing in a second language, and doing some other things like that. And playing with the Pro Mode interface, which I originally didn't think I would do, but when I actually started my Master Mode file, I realized that that was a fantastic way to play as somebody who was not using more points and was really kind of doing everything I could to read the landscape, that I was much less dependent on the map than I expected I would be. I knew in my original normal mode file in Breath of the Wild that I loved playing without fast travel, but I didn't discover that until I had already completed 120 shrines. And so when you're actually doing that as part of an organic experience of hunting down the shrine locations and a lot of the Korok locations to begin with, especially after many years when you don't necessarily have that all baked into memory anymore, and that was an experience that I was really quite eager to pick up on. Also, one thing I didn't expect is that with Master Mode, I mean, I know some people have some issues with the recharging health and some of the sponginess of the enemies, but I found that suddenly the weapon durability feels really well balanced. It feels a lot better balanced in Master Mode, where you really have to commit to a pattern of attack and have to always think about heavily spending resources on a fight. And engaging in fights in ways that require you to think about what you're getting back in a trade, right? Like, the sense of combat being a resource trade in the game is much stronger with the Master Mode balance, I find. And yeah, the Pro interface is really something that makes a lot more of a difference than I expected, especially as somebody who has always been very map-dependent in many games. I don't really read 3D spaces well in video games, and I never have. I've never adapted well to 3 dimensions, and so I didn't think playing that way would necessarily interest me, but now that I've seen it, it's very hard to imagine going back, especially if the second game is going to work along similar principles. Bang Bang, try putting on 3D glasses. You see, as you may or may not know, Breath of the Wild was eventually patched with support for the Nintendo Labo cardboard 3D glasses, where you literally strap the Switch in front of your face. Like, you put the Switch display in a cardboard holder and you put it on your face. And Breath of the Wild apparently supports that. I would assume that the frame rate of the game makes that maybe a bit of a difficult experience, but anyway, let's take it over here. Oh, and you actually did try it, okay. You might be one of the few people I know who did in fact try something with the Nintendo Labo. I found it conceptually interesting, but the thing is, I have too much physical clutter in my living space. I really can't afford to be collecting more stuff. And it was one of those things where, you know, I did want to see how the long-term support would pan out. I feel like Nintendo kind of had the right idea trying to go for something like Labo, in that there really is a vibrant market for it. You know, things like Lego Mindstorms and such, which, if that's still a thing, I don't know if that's still a thing, where you have, like, programmable edutainment, so to speak. But it's a hard sell for people when you're doing this in a way that requires a separate unit of Switch hardware, right? Like, you're not going to see this stuff being ordered into schools and such, because you're just not going to have that many units of the Switch available. Whoops, we should not have double have that. And so I feel like there is an interesting concept in there that fundamentally was unable to scale in the way that an educational product like that needs to be able to do in order to really get any kind of mass adoption. Like, it needs to be the kind of thing that educators are actually able to justify ordering as something like a classroom programming kit, right? Whoops. I keep telling myself that I do need kind of a medium bounce over the last mole jump there, just to make it over to the skulls, but I think the ceiling there is throwing me off slightly every time. Man, giving everyone a Switch would definitely improve the school system, yeah. And in some ways, though, I mean, I don't really know about the current state of the school system, but I understand that things have become much more technologically dependent in some ways. But okay. Now's our chance. Let's go. Nope, I was planning to cling onto the vine and I just didn't get the bounce that I expected to on the last mole. Yeah, I've heard all kinds of horror stories for sure about the US public system. Thankfully, I have no involvement in that. The school system in the United States is one of those things that you hear about as somebody who's not from that country and you wonder how it's a functioning country. With all respect to the Americans in the room, I don't understand with an education system reputed like that how the country functions. I think it functions mostly because there are enough people who can afford private education that they just exit the system entirely. Mail64, you were saying something about a VR arcade game from the 90s. The only thing I remember from that era is that there was a Pac-Man VR that was one of the few things with the VR goggles that I think I actually kind of saw in an arcade at some point. But the VR is one of those things that doesn't really interest me that much, and so I've never really kept up with it. It's one of those things where, you know, I'd love to play something like the new Half-Life game or whatever, but when it was released, I was thinking, okay, maybe I'll see this in 5 to 10 years when I can actually justify hardware that is affordable but able to run it very well. But for the most part, virtual reality just doesn't really benefit the kind of video games that I play, and I'm actually, in some ways, much more interested in virtual reality being used as an outlet for things like independent filmmakers and animation and so on, where if you look at the programming for things like animation festivals nowadays, for instance, there sometimes is a VR exhibition or a VR category, or at least there was before COVID, because obviously in-person festivals have been much less of a thing in recent years. But there definitely was a concerted effort to bring people like independent filmmakers into the kind of VR experience scene, and then they would be able to approach that material with a kind of much less commercial sensibility, even if it is not quite the same kind of interactivity that we would kind of associate with game design. Oops. Terminator, where am I from? I am based in Canada. I have previously spent quite a bit of time in the UK as well, but I have been based in Canada for some time, so. So we're just close enough to the Americans to have a kind of strong familiarity and cultural kinship in some ways, but also regard them as entirely foreign. The thing you have to understand about Canada's attitude to the United States is that, depending on the period of history that you're in, it alternates between kind of funny, joking, friendly anti-Americanism and actively hostile anti-Americanism, depending on how things are going south of the border, I guess. Like, I've seen that swing back and forth quite a few times among other people during my lifetime. I mean, I love America. I've spent a lot of time there as well. But it's something that is, like, just familiar enough to feel especially foreign, if you kind of understand that. Where, like, you notice the cultural differences much more vividly because of the degree of similarity that there is. And that's true even within countries often. Like, I think that a lot of Anglo-Canadians feel that way about Quebec, and a lot of people in different parts of the United States feel that way about the other states. Whoops. You felt less ripped off playing Dragon's Lair. I'm trying to remember what Dragon's Lair is. Because that's unfortunately a title that's just way too close to far too many other titles. And okay, we need to develop a bit more momentum going into this gap. That gap has caught me quite a few times. Terminator, the answer to that question is it depends on when a facility was built and who is running it. There's no universal rule to that as far as I know, although the thing is I haven't really engaged with that much recently. Like I mean, obviously I've gone to the bathroom recently, and that's not what I mean, but I know that when I was in the United States, like some newer builds, like, you know, extensions to theater complexes and such, started going unisex, but that there was definitely like a kind of architectural shift that you would sometimes notice within the same building depending on when extensions were built, right? And like, it's not something I know much about, unfortunately. And I'll catch up on your message about Dragon's Lair in just a moment, Mill. I'm just trying to get these moles going. And, yeah, let's try to focus and make it to that yellow pipe. Now's our chance, let's go. Okay. Shaving that a little bit too close that time. Landmark animation with QTE, but if you have 1 second to react. Okay, I see. So it's a quarter muncher. A QTE quarter muncher. Terminator, do we have a Royale with cheese? Almost certainly. I mean, like, not right here, but on principle. Okay, let's see if we can wrap around here. Okay, we're almost out of this zone. I, knowing the pacing of Mang levels, would kind of expect there to be checkpoints in the second zone after this, but we'll try to push on a little bit further. Nope, not quite. We'll see how I'm doing for time at the end of this level because, as always, of course, I'll give you all a warning for queue closing. And most of you are in already anyhow. We'll see how long I can run today. Probably want to keep the stream relatively under control. But I know that we're, of course, going to have a second pass at that Terminator sword level in just a little bit, and so that's going to be a bit of a time investment again when we wrap around to that. And we'll have some other creations coming our way after that, so we'll see how things are looking as I get into the later stages of the Mole Fest over here, and decide accordingly. Alright, up we go. Let's not do the second press on the switch this time. That was not the alignment that I had before. There were definitely attempts where I made full jumps on every mole in the Boo Ring, but I can't depend on that. It looks like I will need to adjust to that a little differently every time because it will be affected by my own camera positioning in ways I can't necessarily predict. Given the state of the Boo track at the time, and how much flexibility there is in my own pacing leading up to that point. So, let's... whoops. Totally missed this. This is going to be a disaster. Oh, except the moles are going to bump up slightly, so maybe that was actually salvageable if I just let them jump up with anti-gravity. Royale cheese is discontinued in France, I see. Yeah, the thing about a lot of fast food items is that they've become this seasonal thing. Where occasionally, you know, they're brought in as this kind of promotional special. That was the case with the Kentucky Fried Chicken Double Down not long ago, I think. Where they just kind of release it as an event for a month or so every 2 or 3 years, where apparently doing it that way as a limited edition it does lead to a noticeable uptick in sales or something, but interestingly enough, with big international franchises like McDonald's, there are sometimes some really interesting regional specials. Like, I dropped into a McDonald's in Bangkok in Thailand once, and, you know, you might be thinking, well, you're in Thailand, what are you doing having McDonald's when you could be having all this other wonderful food instead, which we were also having, of course. But the Thailand McDonald's actually had really good Thai fried chicken as their kind of local regional variant, I guess, of the menu. Samuel, welcome. Foie gras burger around Christmas. That sounds interesting. I just think that would be the kind of curiosity that maybe people are much more liable to pay attention to if it did have some kind of seasonal campaign attached to it. Yeah, Samuel, it's going okay. As you can see, as usual, it's going to be a mole level that's going to stick me for a bit today, but we'll see if we can make it past that pipe. Sure. 2 failed attempts. It's funny, because early on in this level I was thinking, oh, this is going excellently. This is so easily readable. We're making every jump, and everything's going to be fine. And then I've just not been paying enough attention. Okay, let's see if we can get a mole to come up our way. Nope, we missed the opportunity. Brew McDonald's has special local sauce. Okay. The foie gras burgers, which we're compelled to try, I see. Let's see here. Alright, there we are. Now forward momentum is what is necessary here. Let's tap the switch, single tap. Now let's watch the boo ring. We do need to make an appropriate calculation, which is not what we did. Alright. Let's go back up. Now let's try that again. Probably not doing as well in this level as I should be, given that I'm thinking about fast food instead. Like we're playing a McDonald's Wi-Fi level or something. Not that anybody has ever made one of those. Okay, that's looking good. There's even a helpful vine on that pipe and we still managed to miss it on previous occasions. Okay. Why did I think I would jump up above that? You're clearly supposed to go down to the lower mole and bounce. Taramis, good morning to you as well. We're watching a food standards documentary in India. They make their KFC chicken very spicy. Yeah, there are a couple of regulatory differences in each region. I hear that KFC in the US actually does have some fairly frequent hygienic issues, depending on the state you're in, of course, but that's in terms of food safety inspection that sometimes they can be a little bit lax. But I don't know how much of that is just by reputation and how much is actually true. Okay. I needed to do that a little bit faster. I was a bit overly cautious because of all the spike tiles that were in my way. And so I slowed down a bit going into that and was just beaten by the screen. Hey, I made a fair bit of progress in that run there, though. Oops. Not a great bounce out of the note block. I'm gonna have to look up the foie gras burger after the stream. Just out of curiosity. I should probably not think too hard about it right now. Okay. No, I actually have plenty of height to wrap around without going back to the note block. I don't know why I thought I would jump on a note block to the left. We clearly can just wrap around to the moles straight up. Yeah, we'll see how the second part here goes. The first part really wasn't that hard. I just made a lot of very avoidable mistakes. No, I think we do need to go back to Note Block now that I read it, because I don't have enough time to regain momentum if I'm reversing my direction after the spike hit. So the issue previously was that I was going too slowly, and the Note Block was becoming unavailable just due to being too close to the edge of the screen. But if I activate moles as quickly as possible, I do have a certain amount of control over our progression relative to the auto-scroll. So I do want to save some time here and gain some speed. Okay. And yeah, the more room we have on the auto-scroll when we get there, the better. Because then we can get on this with plenty of room to spare. Get on a mole. And then... Alright, that's looking fine. And we catch this. I knew that was going to happen, and I still estimated it correctly. Hey, that was a big chunk of progress, though. That was nice. Yeah, it turns out just trying to get ahead of the auto-scroll is the way to do it. I mean, that's always a good sign when it comes to auto-scroll design, that you have just enough flexibility that you can think about trying to improve your pace, and that if you do fall behind in your pace, there are things that you can do within the same run to kind of catch up and cut a few corners. That's one thing that I think is a very key principle of auto-scroll design, is just being able to think about a sort of push and pull rhythm to it. Now the mole is going to float gently enough in low gravity that I actually have a bit more flexibility in terms of jumping on top of it there. So I can actually take my time to jump properly and avoid the boo ring, but we'll have to get back there and see it. Okay, I don't know why I always want to hit this block from below, but it does get me over to boo very cleanly, so we'll continue doing it. Previously, we were just bouncing off the 4th mole in that sequence instead of taking all 5. At that time, I just missed completely. Okay, there we go. Lots of room on the auto-scroll, that's very good. Then bump this guy. Jump over and over. Nope. Missing the shell is not a good idea, because it takes so long to float that I lost the opportunity to fire it. Okay. So I was doing okay until I just missed the block, and then it fell apart very quickly. That was a really good run up to that point, though. I was quite satisfied with a lot of the spacing that I had. Yeah, a couple of opportunities to take some smaller bounces here on our way over. Let's bump into this and take off. Gain some speed. And I just missed the vine that time. I was trying to jump into the vine and I didn't catch it at the moment I expected, and so we're dying to the easiest thing here, which I guess means it's not the easiest thing. Nice, cutting a lot of time there. Okay, here we are. Whoa, getting a little too fancy here. And because of the way the mole falls in, you don't actually get a second opportunity. Unless you are super precise, which I am, of course, not. So a couple of unfortunate misses here on what should not be very challenging obstacles. Okay. I'm sure Luca, who holds the world record on this, had all kinds of speed techniques mapped out already here. And that we're coming nowhere close to that, but... Here we go. That was the same kind of death. I thought I had plenty of room that time, I just didn't estimate the fast boo. Secretly loves Team Shell. There's only one shell. I don't know if that counts as loving shells. No, there were 2 shells here. Never mind. Maybe that does count. It's on the 3rd shell that Yidobang is really serious. And wants to commit to the shell. Whoops. Come on. Missing Divine Cling. Once again. The shell to mole ratio. That might be an interesting metric, actually. Given how good moles are in this game. There is enough you can do with moles, design-wise, in Mario Maker that if there were interest in having something like a team mole, the diversity of designs would easily be able to sustain that. But of course there needs to be interest. Once again, the Vine Cling is throwing me off. I'm just not climbing that properly. And I'm taking the time to try to recenter myself and missing. It's very unfortunate to die to that thing repeatedly when it's an element that I'd ordinarily just not have any concerns about whatsoever. Okay. I'm pretty good at this point. Alright, that's fine. Okay. There we go. And look at that, it's going to get nudged. That was actually still too early. It was in fact earlier than my previous attempt at that. I just don't have a good entry timing worked out for that yet. I mean, it is something difficult by design, and you can see the wings on the boos and how quickly it's wrapping around and how difficult it is to estimate both an entry and exit timing that's going to work with a certain part of its cycle, but seems like it is going to be the main obstacle in this section. Where everything else has been really fluid so far. And, yeah, this first boot even warns you. That was correct. That was the right timing, as the boo is about to reach the spike. I just missed a jump. But the timing is right, we've found it, and so it shouldn't take too much longer. Bang, you throw the shells, you bounce on them, but never in succession. What about the other way around? Bounce the shell and then throw it. I mean, I guess we do that fairly regularly, even in standard Mario. Oh, I'm a little behind timing here. You can see from my auto-scroll position, it's not quite as good as usual. Whoops. We know a good attempt is coming when something that bad happens. Maybe. I don't know if that principle actually works consistently, but that's okay. Just have to get that out of our system. And yeah, that's to be a good amount of height to work with. Well, that was not a good jump. So yeah, I think I will be closing after this level. We have Mil 64 next. We have a repeat of Terminator Sword level, and then we have a couple of ones after that, and hopefully the people who are in at this point are able to stay. There's mostly a lot of regulars here today, so you all know the way things work. We'll hopefully not have any kind of emergencies calling me off stream. Whoa, too high. Yeah, no, I didn't mean to cling on the vine twice, and I can't believe that simple thing has been giving me so much trouble, but I think I have a lot of bad habits with the D-pad when it comes to vine climbing. Habits that I don't necessarily think about when it comes to where I'm pressing up. That occasionally you play a level like this where those bad habits are just exposed all over the place. Because I do have a lot of accuracy issues with vine climbing on short notice. Yeah. That's gonna get dislodged. We come up here. Mole. This is this level's way of saying thank you for playing. Okay, we didn't miss any kind of bonus, did we? No, that's just cover art. And we're done. Look at this guy. Trying to sneak in at the very end there. Good thing I'm always looking for ways to hit the top of the gate. Even though we didn't hit the top of the gate. Well, that went exactly as the title described. Thank you for the GGs. This will be last call for submissions. When I bring up the next code, I will close. But I think most people present are in at this point. Here's the current list. And if we manage to get through things efficiently, there's always the possibility that we'll reopen for people who came in late, but I think I'm likely to take my time with several of these, so let's bring up Mil 64 after waiting patiently for me to give you a chance to finish your clear check of the latest version of what I assume is the level you were already working on last week. Okay, so we have a slightly different title now. It is now Wendy's Volcano Bowel. Scour the bowel of the volcano to defeat Wendy. Nobody reported that to Nintendo. Because, well, that sounds like quite the eruption. The last level of the ice world, and I can see in the cover art that, yeah, it's going to be a very icy volcano that's going to cover the world in fire. Give me a moment. I will close up first. And let me just update things like the title and the bot display accordingly. As usual, Emil, if there are particular paths that you want me to prefer for testing purposes, do let me know. I don't remember how much flexibility there was in this one, though, because I think I went through it without thinking too much about alternate paths last time, so... and just following the flow of it as I went along. But yeah, as always, just let me know if there's anything like a spot that you need me to check. That was a bad idea. Interestingly enough, I think if you jump on top of a falling icicle, you can probably jump on top and hit the on-off switch. It's difficult to do, but it looks possible. As long as the timing of the big Podoboo coming in underneath doesn't kill you first. But if you're able to take damage there with something like a mushroom, I actually think it might be doable. You would need to catch the icicle as it's coming down and jump immediately, though. Particularly as Tall Mario, I think it is doable that way. I don't know if we'll necessarily try that very much, but... Oops. Oh, I see what happened there. We had a quick reactivation of the on-off switch because we were in a position where both on-off switches were within range of a spike ball spawn. Yeah, that's a tricky thing because, you know, you would have one spike ball loaded on the left side as we spawn in the one that's coming in from the pipe on the right side. So there is a moment here when a double activation can take place. This on-off switch looks like it's actually supposed to be hittable, as a bonus, in fact. But we're going to miss it. If I jumped on a second icicle while I still had invincibility frames, I would be able to do it. I should be able to fly using the feather anytime there's a bit of space. Ah, yes, that's right. I do remember there's the feather portion after this. And that I had given up on a few attempts at flight when I played it previously. And of course, there may have been some spacing changes that we don't know about yet. Okay, let's dodge the chops. And dodge this. And see what's up here. Okay. Let's not get chopped. Whoa. Whoa. Both of those could have sniped me quite easily. But instead, we're going to make it up. And fly. Let's not hit that until we've opened it up, unless, of course, it's just a coin. Yeah, no, we'll open it first. Oops. Oh, okay, no, yeah, I just got shot. And this is a swimming level, but of course I took a moment to just kind of register that when it was hit, since I had been flying around with the bone shell without tapping the controls. Okay. We're gonna climb. There we go. Got it. Whoop. Oh, and I died to slipperiness on the pipe. I'll probably try it again. But, oh, no, except I'll have no mushroom available now. I really do want to make it happen, though. I think it's going to be much more difficult without the mushroom, just given that I can't just jump up directly to the next icicle. Yeah, given the timing of the fire there, I mean, the icicle timing is partly controllable because I can choose when to drop the icicles. And that can synchronize accordingly with the Podoboos if I know what I'm doing. But we'll just do the big mushroom, the super mushroom method for the time being. Just to try to hit that. Also, I don't know what happens if you collect the coins on the left side. I don't think you'd be within range of anything necessarily. This is well hidden. Okay, no, we're just gonna miss it. And yeah, if you come in here with the starting state set to off, so far I don't see it affecting anything, but we haven't seen that much of the level yet, because as you can see, on screen at least, I don't see any off mechanisms that are relevant to my interests. It says it'll trivialize the next challenge, but considering how hard it feels to pull off, feels like a reward. Yeah, you kind of almost certainly need to take intentional damage for it. So hopefully it doesn't break anything. Ah, yes, I see, because it allows you to stomp on these blocks right away and not deal with the on-off switch on the right side. Yeah, I see how it works. Notice, though, that if you do have the on-off toggle, that this blaster is going to be blocked by the on-off block before it falls. I don't know if that causes any problems. Let's take a look. It shouldn't cause any problems because you still have access to the on-off switches on the right side rather. And if you need to drop the blaster, you can still just tap the switches accordingly. So I don't believe it's going to cause any problems, but one of those things that's probably worth checking. Whoops. And we'll just take out the blaster immediately, given its overlap with the on-off state blocks as it's sinking slowly. And yeah, that's going to go, and then this is going to give me the feather, which is going to bounce. And yeah, good thing I didn't try to... I can't stomp that anyway, because this is water. Alright, so it looks like if we have the on-off switch here, what happens if I whip it from above like this? Then, yeah, I mean, you would be able to do that anyway with the stomp, right? Let's see, because we should have enough room for flight now. Whoops, let's be careful with this guy. Hang on. Nope. If I have a bit of falling distance after that, maybe. There we go. And then, okay, that gives me access to the pipe. Yeah, I don't know if that's the expected solution, but it's certainly one that is available, so. The main thing this gives me is Fire Flower. And so I'll take that as a sign that I'm encouraged to switch into it, even though Bone Shell here... I don't know if I can actually grab it. Yes, I can. Okay. But we had Bone Shell on the other side. Yes, so this gives me Bone Shell again. Oh, notice these blocks on the side. I don't have a way to break them, though. So I don't think that's going to be anything interesting, at least not now. Okay, here, yeah, it's only when I leave the pipe that fire becomes a potential issue. And so, yeah, it looks like Fire Flower is the bonus here, basically. Let's try not to lose it. Notice that I actually can let the Thwomp pass me if I'm using the Bone Shell. But I think I need to bounce this guy. Okay, there we go. And then this is going to be plenty of room for a crush. I can think about taking the spring forward with me, but I don't see a point to doing it, except maybe once you get up here. I don't see the fire flower being that useful to me yet, but we could always be wrong about that. Oh, notice this. We'll finally take this pipe. Yeah, so it looks like bone shell is the thing that gets you here. And maybe we'll be able to get another one, given that it's spawning on that side. Oh, whoops. Okay, that's fine. We'll have more opportunities. Oh, that was almost a problem. Hang on. Not in a great position here. We need to catch a shell much earlier. I'm always concerned about the blaster squishing me on the left, even though it doesn't go that far. It clearly doesn't go that far. I'm tall here, and I don't seem to be able to get over. That seems to be an issue. Because I feel like I'm supposed to be able to get over. Now, why is there a double activation on the on-off switch? What am I not seeing here? Yeah. So... I feel like this slope here wasn't tuned around being tall. Unless I'm much mistaken. I would need a bone shell at this point. Oh wait, I'm past the point at which I can get it. Okay. That is worth checking. That is worth checking because I can't seem to get through the slope. And so you might want to test out that room a little bit, especially with not being able to see very clearly what's causing the back and forth interaction with the double tapping of the switches. I think you kind of need to do a fuller power-up check on that room to see if we can get the slope working. But of course, a past checkpoint at this point, so we probably won't go back to check it. Unless it's more important to go back to check that than to finish this existing pathway. I mean, if you prefer that I start over to take a look at it, we can, but... I think I did show off the issue we were dealing with there, so... Oh, whoops. That was a bad idea. That's okay. We have quick access to another mushroom. That room is more recent and an alternate path. Yeah, it looked like an alternate path. And it definitely looked like that slope was maybe an oversight. Like, it's the kind of thing that looks like it might have been missed just in the course of mapping out which power-ups are available at that point. So far, I don't see an advantage to having collected the fire flower in the bonus room, but of course we don't know if maybe there's an incentive to keep it all the way to the end, or whether it massively improves some fights. Here, as you can see, having the leaf available does give you slightly speedier hits that don't make a big mechanical difference. Yeah, because if I'm taking the bonus room up top here, I'm thinking to myself, it's giving me the flower as a reward. By up top, I mean the pipe that's on the other side. And if it's doing that, it seems like the thing it's signaling to me is that the best optional path, or the most concealed optional path, is one where you switch to the flower. But so far, I don't see a reason to prefer the flower over the leaf. Anywhere, really. But maybe that changes as you get into the current state of the boss fight. But particularly because you're dealing with things like chain jumps, it seems like the leaf is pretty much always going to be better. Unless there is an ice block path that I don't know about. Or if maybe that room was designed with the expectation that you would get up there potentially with the bone shell, but no power-up. And if you do that, then having a fire flower is by itself just going to be a bonus. But I currently just don't know. Okay. Whoops. Got whacked anyway at the end. Bit of a tough position there because the spot under the hammer is still within chomp range, and so we do have to be extra careful with that. Anyway, we're going to do this very satisfying interaction over here where that gets taken out. So here, as we noticed before, it's possible to whip the Shelmet with the leaf. But we don't have the leaf, so we're not going to try that. Ah, yes, and here's the seesaw section. Nope. Okay, that's going to go down. And we'll continue. Oh. Whoa, okay, that caught me off guard. That's alright, we'll try to get back into that. Now, I don't see an opportunity to get a leaf at this point in the level. Or any other way to get up there without, at minimum, a bone shell. That does bring up the question of whether we can bring something back to this pipe. I don't think we can. I don't think there's any power up in this section that would be something I carry with me. But we'll see. Yeah, because once you're past this point in the gate, one-way panels still let you over if you're in the on states. And you can't reverse through this door. Yeah, that's going to be the one-way gate here in this section. Alright, we're going to have the one-up. We're going to collect it prematurely. Somewhat unwisely. And I'm going to get whacked once again. And because that was terribly incautious of me. Ah, yes, okay, that still works. I was wondering for a moment if maybe I would have dislodged it. Oh, we did dislodge it, okay. Dear program, if we have room at the end, like if I finish things quickly enough, we'll try to take a look at that. I'm guessing that's the escape room. Mail, I think we may have broken this by punching out the platform down below before it was able to be carried. Just because of the way it's kind of dislodged by the ceiling here, you see this? It's not coming all the way up. So I think that is a lock, given that the donut platform is just a little too low to give me the door. So yeah, that I'm glad we caught this time because I didn't even think of checking it last time. That's okay, that's why we test. And yeah, when it comes to the red and blue state blocks killing things, and especially killing them slightly out of position, that's a very easy thing to overlook. Supernova, small Q, yeah, I am being cautious about how many levels I'm able to take today, in case I can't actually stay too long. I'm not going to be running this like a 7 or 8 hour viewer level stream the way I do sometimes. But like I said, if we do finish things efficiently, we'll reopen for people who came in late, as per usual policy. I know I've had to dial back a lot of my viewer level streaming in 2022, but we'll hopefully be able to pick it up again soon enough. Yeah, it's likely going to be mainly Mario Maker again over the next few weeks on the stream after having spent the past month or so in Kirby. And we have a raid from Extra Typo coming in with the Scrabble crowd. I hope the Infiniwords was alright. The first word there, why am I reading that as Managar, like it's the Wulgus Managar? But anyway, it's a raid. And, oh, hang on. Electrodude, thank you for attempting the shoutout. I think you need to not have the ads in there. Let me try that again. Internal server error. Tell Volga's Managar you want to enable word smog mode. Yeah. Yeah, you really should. So, welcome everybody coming in. I did kind of lurk a little bit in the Infiniwords cleaning session that you had earlier. And I hope people get a very satisfying run of solutions. You want to enable puzzle mode, yes. That would be quite good. You know, something like puzzles with this built-in puzzle elo like you have in Lichess. I feel like most design ambitions for platforms like Woogles basically come down to, let's try to do this thing that Lichess does. Which is a very sensible way of thinking when it comes to any kind of software platform for games. Have I done Woogles puzzles? I've actually not played around too much with the feature set recently, to be honest. Apart from Waffles. At the top of the month. Did play a little bit of Waffles. But that was pretty much it. Now, for those on the Mario Maker end who have no idea what we're talking about. So, Woogles is the word game platform where we play something that is more or less Scrabble. Okay, this time the platform is actually going to come up to the door. Excellent. And for April Fools this year, it was briefly rebranded as Waffles, and the Scrabble boards themselves had grids that looked like waffles. And so, it took the players all the self-control they could muster not to slather syrup all over their monitors. Okay, we have the on-off switch over here. We need to lower this platform. It's going to affect a seesaw, and that's going to send a shell across the slope, and then we are going to unlock the next gate. And... whoops. That was a very easy thing to dodge. I just adjusted poorly at the end of that track. Okay, let's try it again. I should try Woogles puzzles. Yeah, I should. I need to look into that because I know it had once again been something that we've been talking about for ages. I don't think I caught that it was finally live. In fact, I know Cesar was working on it, but I did not catch when it went live. So yeah, we should actually bring that into a stream. It's been too long without word games here. Maybe even this week. I'm gonna have to look at my calendar and see if we can do anything with that. And yeah, it totally should have a word smog mode as well. I mean, that's just a matter of changing the internal lexicon, right? Like it. Although word smog puzzles, I mean, I'm just kind of thinking about like what a lot of that would be like. I guess it would be kind of a mix between a word position puzzle and, you know, the usual anagrams or bananagrams style challenge where you just tack on letters to things to make massive clusters or what have you. Whoops. Okay, let's head over here. And let's tap this. Okay, this is... Yeah, so Mel, you see, the issue here with having tapped the switch prematurely down there earlier is it's very easy to just instinctively go for the switch without reading the track position on the stump. And so, like, I'm not even looking at the stump when I hit the switch, right? Like, I just hit the switch expecting something to happen properly. And so, it is something that can very easily happen accidentally. That a player would just, whoops, lock themselves the way we did earlier. Yeah, DI program, I think the fact that people have access to things like the level viewer API now does potentially mess up some things when it comes to puzzle difficulty. I think actually something like a Mario Maker puzzle ELO with a community site would be a pretty interesting idea, given that there already are things like the community difficulty ratings and progress tracking for things like Team Shell and Precision and such. That the way to do puzzle tracking actually should be with some kind of organic ELO system. And the thing about mechanics puzzles, rather than things like passcode-based escapes or anything like that, is that... or escapes that are based on invisible block placements or something like that, is that even if you see the entire layout, as you often would with something like a one-screen puzzle, that doesn't necessarily give you the clear, right? Like, a lot of this would have to be kind of self-managed, I guess, and self-reported when it comes to whether you have honestly cleared something. But if you're tracking your own progress and kind of calibrating the relative difficulty of different puzzles in the game, that would be the natural way to do it, would be with like a Lichess style puzzle rating. I don't know if the player base for puzzles is kind of big enough and active enough to really give you a robust data set for that, but certainly the puzzle maker community is big enough that there will be a lot of interest in you know, partaking in a system like this. Basically, I'm not sure, though, that the sample sizes would be big enough for the data on something like Puzzle ELO to be particularly rich and accurate. But you would definitely get a much better sense of relative difficulty than we have now, I think. Because, yeah, I've definitely been thinking about that myself, that, you know, something like a Mario Maker Puzzle ELO would kind of be a huge boon to level discovery and selection in some ways, because as with things like the judge-based difficulties and things... Oh, we did it again. No, it aligned itself properly. It was over the halfway line that time, and so the stump popped into position. I thought it was going to be dead, but it was fine. Yeah, because the stump actually did manage to get pushed over into the slot, which is probably why this behavior was not caught in earlier testing to begin with, because it looks like in most positions on the track the stump is going to get through just fine. And so yeah, very easy bug to miss. I was saying something in mid-sentence about Puzzle Elo. Oh yeah, the kind of discoverability of levels and how... You know, if you look at some of the judge-based difficulty systems for things like Team Shell and Team Champ and so on, that people are kind of incentivized as players to work their way up the ladder, right? And be able to say, I cleared a level of this difficulty and so on. But because puzzle difficulty is something that is much less standardized, much more difficult to gauge because of the different skill sets or knowledge bases of different players, like having an emergent difficulty rating with something like a Puzzle Elo, where not only the players have the rating, but the puzzles themselves have a rating that develop over time as with chess positions. That would almost certainly be the right implementation. This would be an interesting thing to bring up to the puzzle Discord, perhaps, or to similar communities. Yeah. Wow, I didn't even look at that bullet that time. I can see at Mill why the clear check took some time. Extra time while you're heading off? Yeah. Glad to see you here. Thanks for bringing some people along. And thanks especially for alerting me to the Woogles puzzles. Because I definitely want to take a look. I'll probably take a look as soon as I'm off stream, in fact. Samuel, you're not able to stay? Yeah, that's fine. Thanks for dropping by anyway, and we'll try to make sure we catch up on yours at some point. I had a bit of a late start today, so... we'll see. I mean, the queue is shorter by 1 now, so we'll... see. Oh, yes, there's also the leave command, not the remove command, but that's okay. I know you're going to be gone, so... The worst part is dying at the boss during the initial try. I see, when you were clear checking. Okay. Yeah, DI Program, it's kind of funny that the Team P-Balloon people thought that Balloon Brain was that difficult, given that, you know, these are mostly all the P-Balloon ace pilots, like Yugu Kaza and Antinode and people like that, who just know everything P-Balloon, and apparently by P-Balloon standards that was quite something, although the fact that, you know, all of the precision alignments in Balloon Brain worked reliably as puzzle solutions made that mechanically significantly easier for me than pretty much anything with a Team P-Balloon tag on it. I mean, I took my time with it to solve it, of course, but, you know, it's a much more approachable level for somebody who does more puzzles than P-Balloon piloting. For sure. But then I guess, you know, that would be a rating kind of by and for P-Balloon specialists and P-Balloon players, right? So it's not even that an 8.5 is inaccurate or anything, it's more that it's rated with a specific audience in mind, perhaps. Let's wait this out. Let's not grab the mushroom in case I need it. In case we get whacked with a hammer, I will not get whacked with a hammer. Excellent. So now we will have the unusual experience of making it to this part while tall. I'm still looking at the one-way panel trap down there and wondering how that issue could be fixed. Probably just with an extra tile for the clouds so the stump doesn't get bumped against the ceiling. I think maybe just one extra tile there would still be fine, because a slight half-tile offset on the stump is still going to give you a platform to get on the door. So yeah, probably just a small change to give it one extra cloud's worth of space is all that it needs for a quick repair. And okay, we would need to... oh yes, we've actually done this thing with the bomb before, actually, because the Thwomp did something there to change displacement. Yeah, there we go. Doesn't actually do anything else for you, though, so... Let's get back into the overworld. We will, of course, be thinking about flight, if we can. And we can't. At least I'm cutting too much momentum here. But, if we wait for all the icicles to reappear, perhaps we can fall with enough speed to make this happen and accomplish nothing. Okay, that's fine. We checked. We checked. That's the important thing. And yeah, right now I don't see any fire exclusive paths, really. Because it seems like the fire flower is mostly just an extra hit buffer for getting up there with the bone shell, but no leaf. Were we doing the door or the pipe? I'm trying to remember. Oh no, you can't get up here anyway. Okay, yeah. Forgot about one-way panel buried beneath. Okay. I believe we do need to get her out of there with the switch, so let's chase. Whoops. It's a quick mistake already. Yeah, I remember I quite liked this boss sequence last time I played it. I don't know what else has changed. Like, we found a couple of things this playthrough, obviously, that we didn't see last time, but in terms of actual design changes, I haven't been able to spot that much. Probably just from poor memory of how things went last time. Now, why was that door available for me here? Let's see. Oh yes, if you have the ability to fly, I think you might actually be able to fly in this segment, but we'll take the door out. This hasn't changed, yeah. Pretty elaborate boss fight to begin with, so. And we didn't have any issues with it last time, as far as I recall. I was pretty happy with it. I don't know if we're ever within claw range, like... Okay, we are within claw range, but she gets back on, because if you drop her all the way to the left, the platform is wide enough to catch her. And the snowball is just going to miss, which is not great. I can see why you reset certain clear checks if you died in a location like that at the very end, but it's okay, we'll make it back up. Alright, and we'll just do the chase once again. Oh, whoops, I thought it was going to be all fancy with dodging that this time. Okay. That's gonna be fine. And we should grab this for sure. The Fire Flower does have the benefit of allowing you to attack her at range at the bottom of this layout. What was swinging the claw so dramatically earlier, actually? Oh, it just naturally swings that way. I wonder if it's able to drop her to the left side. It should be able to. Right? Because the placement of one-way panels might actually be able to drop her prematurely. It doesn't break anything, but as a speed method, that's something that potentially could make a difference. Yeah, because she develops so much momentum on that claw that I feel like dropping her past one-way panels early as possible. Anyway, here's this phase. Yeah, very similar to what we did before. We need to kind of peek up here and dodge. And then do that a few times. Whoa! Had to kind of get in position here between the shell and that switch. And yeah, we have to not get shot at the very end, of course, when we accidentally tap the switch on the way to the door. That was something I noted last time too, I think. Oh, notice here with the bumper. I wonder if I can push through. I can. I actually didn't know this for sure. But it looks like if you have the ceiling interaction here with the swim, you can do it. It doesn't affect anything, though, that we can see, so... But it is fun to do. Okay, that's enough. Oh, okay, here we go. P-switch is going to stop the conveyor, which is important. Having more P-switches to stop conveyors is also important. I wonder if I can... Oh, bump a P. Okay, no, that's a bad idea. And then we'll just take the exit. We're on the top of the layout, so nothing else to look at here. Okay, I hope that was useful. We didn't manage to finish some of the alternate paths we uncovered, of course, but we did manage to open up a couple of other things that you'll want to look at for the next pass. So, thank you for that. Let's mark that as a win and move on. Terminator, if you are still here, let's go back to Anti-Master Sword. Do check in if you're still present. If not, we will pull up Supernova first, which we may do anyway since Terminator's level is a repeat. Oh no, you're here, okay. So... let's go back to this one. We did progress fairly well through it earlier on. We got most of the way through. It's about a 22-second level. I think we survived about halfway when we played it at the top of the stream. And a couple of things I know will require rethinking. Okay, having a fairly clean start actually, relative to how poorly we were doing earlier. Whoops. And I say that just as I missed the jump completely at the very end. But yeah, since we have a relatively short queue, we'll stay on this longer this time and try to nab that clear. Okay, so I am hitting that now, but I am landing To the left of the Muncher. I feel like a crouch jump actually is better there, but we'll need to find the right adjustment when we get there. And also remember to switch into a full jump immediately afterwards to get over the jumping swords immediately after that. So, because that's a very quick switch in mindset to go from that carefully planned and controlled jump to the POW to suddenly leaping over the swords. The swords that are bouncing on the trampolines, that's one of the few things here that actually is kind of hard to see, I think, going into it. But I think the implication is fairly clear that you just need the fullest jump possible to sail over that completely. And we'll miss. Okay, let's jump this and miss. Okay, we're going to miss each of these. I'm going to see if I can proceed to see the ending section, but that failed anyway, so it was not an issue. But if we do get a chance to get deep in this level, even if we fail the condition, I do still need to learn how the blue platforms are going to work at the end, so we'll potentially go there and take a look. Yeah, so you do need to hold the fullest jump possible going into that. We're still missing that jump. I had slipped off the P-switch or the P-blocks earlier, but now we're overcompensating and jumping too far to the left. I still feel like a crouch jump is worth considering there, I'm just forgetting to do it. So, let's make a couple of adjustments. Oops. Yeah, full jump here, hold all the way in, and then I keep forgetting. We have made that jump with a standard jump before, though, without having to crouch, but it is a very awkward spot, I think, because the contact point with the POWs is so low. I assume that you're already dropping the POWs from pretty much the maximum height available, and that's just the spacing you ended up with. I still feel like it's kind of uncomfortably low. That if you're going to be tall Mario, that ceiling definitely requires a pretty aggressive pullback of some sort. In a way that is a little bit difficult to spot, because I think instinctively, even if you do read the P-blocks there as a symbol, that's having to stop your jump into a POW hit is something that a lot of players aren't necessarily familiar with, and that's just part of the natural difficulty of that obstacle, obviously. That's just something you have to adjust around. But in terms of hitting the POW and dropping immediately, like, you have to kind of think about how often does that ever happen in Mario Maker, and I can think of very few circumstances where I have had to do that. Because the natural instinct, I think, when you're kind of in the upward swing of your jump is to try to go all the way through. You designed an anti-key contraption the other day. I'm wondering how that's going to work. If it's not something enforced by a key door that you're not supposed to enter, yeah, I have trouble visualizing that while I am trying to play this level, of course, but that sounds reasonably interesting. Might be able to apply that to some other concept. Design-wise, an anti-key contraption could work as a don't touch the key thing, or it could work in some kind of pink coin-based trolling concept. I don't play trolls very often, but I know that the last time I played some trolls, I actually saw a couple of pink coin checkpoint ideas that I have not really seen implemented in standard levels yet. And so there's a lot of tech in there that I think is still available to be mined for a more standard experience, a non-troll experience. I'm going to go back to look at that because as a troll level with a couple of checkpoint-related tricks throughout, I'd seen some concepts that involved sort of multiple possible paths with the same set of available pink coins that you would be, depending on which checkpoint you started from, collecting a pink coin key in a different order and leading to a different exit. And there was some interesting stuff going on in there that I think potentially has uses for puzzle dungeons and like. Yeah, because if you think about Don't Touch the Key DI program, like how different is that design-wise really from other Don't Touch the X concepts? Right? Okay, so that's the furthest we've ever made it. You do a short jump onto the coin down at the skull, and a long jump after that. I can see, Terminator, that you're trying to make it as visible as possible with the arrows, but because you are dropping quite rapidly in terms of camera height, you do need to react to that really quickly. Like, there's not much reaction time when you fall, because if you take any time to read that at all, you're just going to fall right off the platform at the bottom as I did. And I know you're trying to compensate for that with a lot of the arrows, but I think the landing zone there is actually maybe a little bit tight, where, you know, on one hand you have arrows to make the obstacle readable, but on the other hand there's also a lot of material to read at once. And so when you scroll the camera into that really quickly by dropping down to the lower half of the level, that doesn't leave much reaction time. But that's okay. We got pretty far. That was the best attempt yet. That makes a clear look actually quite plausible now if we can just figure out the ending sequence. Yeah, I knew I was landing a little too far to the left that time. That's interesting. Pacifist levels where the mobs can't be killed. I love how referring to the enemies as mobs just sort of immediately exposes the kind of 90s PC heritage. I guess there's a lot of RPG precedent to that before as well. Like, I don't know if that was kind of the term of art in things like Dungeons and Dragons or whatever. I'm kind of familiar with that mostly via EC, although that would be before. It would definitely be 1990s, because in the 2000s, of course, like, I know you're a Warcraft 3 person, all the Warcraft people started referring to them as creeps. Now, I've never heard anybody refer to Mario enemies as creeps, in spite of the fact that there's a very natural crossover between Warcraft 3 and Mario Maker, in terms of being the great custom content scenes of their day. Reebox, welcome. Reebox, hope you've been doing well. I don't know if you've been doing much in a way of hack content recently, or just enjoying other games as they come in. Yeah, because I'm thinking, like, where would I have been familiar with mobs? And definitely in, like, text-based MUDs and such. Apparently some of the text-based MUD communities from the 90s are still going very strong. Like, their servers are still up. They still have long-term community members who still play that as their main game. Very small scene nowadays, of course, but... And I would not imagine that they would get much in the way of new player intake, but it's sort of interesting that there would still be interest in building that stuff up and maintaining those networks after all this time. We're already kind of getting to the stage where a lot of the first generation of MMOs, for instance, is beginning to look like they have this development scale like actual theme parks, right? Where, you know, you have to tear them up and refurbish the rides and do a repaint every now and then to bring in a new generation, and so people are just kind of visiting World of Warcraft like it's Disneyland or something and wondering where all the rides they remembered went. You remember hearing some still preferred MUDs to... Okay. And yeah, Mel64, we are talking about multi-user dungeons. That's... It came up because, like, that's what I associate with having heard the term mobs, even though that almost certainly came out of tabletop RPGs first. Whoops. I wasn't deep into them myself. I was kind of maybe a little too young to have gotten into them, but actually no, I knew that some people kind of around my same cohort who really got into MUDs, and that was the school library thing back in the day, perhaps. You know, figuring out how to work around various IT blocking mechanisms with Java-based clients or whatever. But yeah, I've never really been that much of a Western RPG person myself, to be honest. But yeah, definitely the content creation mill was a huge part of it. The fact that there was just this incredible modability for people to contribute to their servers, such that you, as a power user of a certain community, would also eventually get to the point where you're building those environments yourselves. And building things like community spaces, like, you know, the equivalent of what we would call guild housing now, stuff like that, where... Because you're just dealing with text-based rooms, you know, the extensibility of the map was very natural. Look at that, I actually managed to catch this. That's obviously going to kill the attempt, but it was fancy, so we did it. It was also completely accidental. Terminator, I get the sense that a big part of the delayed timetable for the sequel to Breath of the Wild is that the ambition of the environment design probably far exceeded the original concept for it, that they might have wanted to be at least somewhat incremental about developing on top of the existing Hyrule when the project first started, but that the scope of ambition probably expanded far beyond that, I would imagine. We really don't know anything about it, apart from the fact that we're going to be up in the sky and probably underground, but if you think about Breath of the Wild, originally we didn't know much about that either until the E3 the year before release, right? So that would be June 2016 before the March release in 2017. At that point, that was kind of the first debut of the Great Plateau, I remember, and the first debut of the Faragus interactive physics systems. Even though they had been talking for years about at least the kind of nonlinear open structure of the game itself, I think, you know, the whole question of what exactly it was going to bring to the concept of open world design was kind of a complete unknown until that June to March 9-month window, which for the second game we might potentially be approaching. There might potentially be a big splash for it soon enough, who knows? Even though there is no actual E3 this year, and there may or may not be a direct around that time. Oh, the kind of one-game E3 concept was absolutely ingenious. Absolutely ingenious. It certainly addressed a problem that Nintendo often has with generational transitions, where, you know, it seems like they always kind of have a lull going from one generation to the next in terms of software, where the transitions are very difficult. Hence why the player base seems to reset from one platform to the next in some ways, in terms of just not having much predictability to whether a platform is going to succeed, which that's at least the second time we just overshot that. I mean, the same was true of them going with the direct video announcement thing to begin with, and realizing that, like, people who are there for the announcements as consumers aren't really that interested in the stuff that's meant to be investor facing or for casual reporting in USA Today or whatever, right? Which was very much a target audience for things like the Wii era conferences. And they had some technical difficulties at first, the first year they were trying it, I think back in 2013. But yeah, it's sort of interesting to think back to how the Direct plus Treehouse format that they established next year has become something so generationally identifiable with Nintendo marketing. And yeah, Nintendo Direct. It's funny how Nintendo Direct grew out of just, 5-minute video announcements of little minor updates to being this seasonal extravaganza. I mean, of course, it was only possible that year with Breath of the Wild because that was a game that would actually be able to sustain it, right? Like, you would not have been able to do a one-conference show with Twilight Princess or Skyward Sword, Like, it had to be with something like the Great Plateau demo, where people who demoed a game not only get this incredibly strong early impression that they can get into right away, but also have this sense of boundlessness and walk out with the impression that they've barely seen anything. Look at that, we skipped the trampoline immediately, but okay, let's... So yeah, it's Terminator. You see where I fall down there? That's the thing that I don't have much reaction time for, because, like, the fact that I fall immediately into the up diagonal arrow that tells me to jump might look okay in the editor and might look okay if you know it's there, but it is practically an instant read if I'm scrolling the camera down towards it, and especially because it's a controlled jump as well, which I would not necessarily be mapping out right away. We'll see if we can do it, obviously, but... that is one of the spots that does feel a little bit awkward. And it's entirely a camera issue, I think. Like a... Yeah, we'll see what we can do. Okay, I need... Yeah, I was trying to pull back on the jump a little bit because I knew I was overshooting, and obviously that became a problem. Yeah, so you need a very accurate landing in the middle. You need to land directly on the 50 coin and do a very good job of it. And at some point, I think you might still need to outpace the falling swords from up above with a jump. Probably at the cloud with the up arrow, that's where it signals that you have to jump so you don't get dunked from above. Because if you stay at the platform, that's going to be slower than a forward jump, and then that doesn't manage to keep pace. I think I understand it. At least I have a better sense now of what my reaction timing needs to be upon falling to that diagonal. So, yeah, we managed to get back down there with Super Mario like I've done that once and only once before. The clear should be in sight. But yeah, there are very few conceivable video games that could sustain something like a one-game conference the way that Breath of the Wild did. It's very difficult to think of, you know, even historical examples of how that could have happened. I mean, if something like Wii Sports were a much larger scale product, maybe you could have done that with Wii Sports, but I think the pitch for the Wii to begin with was that, you know, not only would you get Wii Sports, you would also get stuff like Twilight Princess as a very full-scale traditional experience that just happens to be adapted for motion controls, right? Like you kind of needed to sell the platform on the basis that both player bases are going to be catered for. And it's funny that they didn't take that approach with the Switch. With the Switch, it was much more about regaining the core first and then kind of working out towards things like Ring Fit Adventure and other things that kind of went back to chasing the Wii-style audience. And testing the waters with them because, you know, at that point I think it was still a bit of an unknown as to how much of that had just been fully subsumed by the mobile split in the industry, you know, between the mobile base and the traditional base. Mario 64 is a good point. I think Mario 64, relative to its time, like that actually is a very good example, especially because Mario 64 is a game that would conceivably have demoed very well, I think. I don't really know much about video game marketing in that era. Like, I don't think I ever paid attention to it. You know, even stuff like the whole Space World Wind Waker thing I heard about, I think, years after the fact. But Mario 64 actually is maybe the strongest example we can think of because, like, it naturally creates... It wasn't just a huge generational break in terms of design and a thing that a new hardware and software concept could do. But it also naturally demos well in terms of giving you like a hub as a play space in the same way that the Great Plateau naturally demos well. In the way that most introductory sections of games would not. You still remember magazines doing full articles just on Mario 64 and its controls? Yeah, I mean, part of it, though, is that the N64 controller is strange enough that it kind of needs a full magazine article to explain. To this day, I still have no fondness for the N64 controller, to be honest. I respect what it was doing for its time, but I can't say I'm actually fond of it. I don't have the premium tier subscription to Nintendo Switch Online, but I hear that the control mapping from the N64 controller is actually a little bit strange for some games. Which is odd because the configurability for mapping it to classic controller for N64 games on Wii and Wii U was fine as far as I remember. I mean, part of it was that on the Wii U, at least, it was completely configurable. It's kind of a shame, in fact, that the Nintendo Switch Online retro hubs do not have control options that are as flexible as what was already in place on Wii U Virtual Console. It's actually a step back in many ways. And yeah, Terminator recently having returned to Breath of the Wild after a 5-year break. I was just kind of completely consumed by it all over again, and just... You know, there really is nothing like it, and there's this kind of X factor to it, I think, that makes it bigger than the sum of its parts. You can't really copy the thing that's doing element by element, because like there's so much that is about how the different elements of the design and the environmental art come together, and I remember last year yeah, no, if you're talking about the Breath of the Wild challenges as in the stuff like the sword trials that were patched in with the DLC, I hear they are extremely challenging in Master Mode because of the way that you're resource constrained, and that the resource constraints mixed with things like the replenishing health actually do make some of the rooms unclearable if you're not careful. I enjoyed them well enough with... Oh, and if you mean the... Yeah, I enjoyed them well enough in the normal mode, but if you mean like the kind of flexibility of the game for kind of self-imposed challenges, that's a big thing as well. There's one thing that I'm not too happy with, which is that... And not with the game, but with like how Nintendo manages save files in the Switch era, and to some extent the Wii U era, where, you know, too many games are going one save per profile, and with Breath of the Wild that just doesn't work out at all. Because the prospect of being able to finish the game with a direct again route, or with like a lot of different possible routes, makes this a game that really should have naturally included many save slots, like simultaneous save slots for each profile. I generally don't like profile-based save systems to begin with, because, you know, fooling around with multiple files is often just the best way to experiment with anything. But with Breath of the Wild, I think that that decision was especially egregious. Yeah, 2 files, 1 normal, 1 master mode. I know that, because I have the master mode file, but I would have played the game even more than I already had if I had more files to work with than that. I mean, right from the beginning, I was always kind of interested in the concept of doing the direct again route, for instance, and to this day, I haven't done it because I don't want to wipe my existing files. I could just set up a profile for it, obviously, but which I would also have to do, by the way, if I want to replay Octo Expansion from scratch. Because Octo Expansion, like, there's no elegant way to restart your file if you've already played it. and explored the whole map. I will probably just replay it on my existing file, to be honest, because you can at least try out the different weapon sets. But I kind of want to run through Octo Expansion again before Splatoon 3 comes out, though. And it's really too bad that you can't just, you know, reset a new save file for content like that, because one of the things that jumped out at me the most about Octo Expansion was how good the Metro map system was as a world map concept. I was particularly keen on that. Nope, we missed the last jump, and as you can see, yeah, you do need to jump out at the end there before the shell catches up to you, so we missed the second last jump. That was extremely close. Switch ADHD, welcome. I don't know that I agree with that. I think that the Zelda flavor to it is actually very considerable, especially if you think about its kinship with Wind Waker. Like, there was so much from Wind Waker that I always wanted to have come back to the series, particularly the things like the weapon looting systems and such, where with Wind Waker, there was a lot that was lost in Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword in terms of the responsiveness of enemies to everything in your weapon set, where a ton of behaviors were mapped out to respond differently to things like boomerang, grapple hook, etc. You would have all these different kinds of stuns or distractions and all that, and you would have the weapon looting from things like the Dark Nut fights, right? And so you had all of these ideas, including, by the way, the island-based open world that were in a germinal form in Wind Waker, and felt like they were just one step away from being taken to a much more completed form. And I felt like that was unfinished business for the series that was not really picked up by Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword afterwards. And first of all, I mean, I think that Wind Waker, because of its various developmental problems and the simplicity of its dungeons and so on, doesn't get nearly enough credit for how much of this stuff it does well, and how much was unique about it that was not previously in the N64 games. And that, secondly, that its influence on Breath of the Wild and the kind of design similarity between those two in the series is something that isn't talked about nearly enough. As you can tell from my alerts on this stream, I'm actually a big Wind Waker partisan, so that I would naturally incline towards this, but that's why I don't think that, you know, Breath of the Wild is actually that much of a reset for the series. Obviously, it draws a lot of comparisons to the original feeling of having played the first Legend of Zelda games, which, you know, the series doesn't gravitate to as much as, say, Link to the Past for its overall design identity. You always had a chip on your shoulder with Wind Waker, and you really wanted an Ocarina sequel that was not Majora's Mask. Yeah, that's interesting. I've never really been that attached to Ocarina. I'm kind of the opposite of that, where, like, I mean, first of all, I think, genuinely like every 3D Zelda game. I'm not one of those people who kind of always hates the second last one that came out or whatever. But yeah, I genuinely think that it's a consistently good series that has also consistently improved on earlier entries. And that it has only gotten better since Ocarina of Time, despite how important and influential it was. And so, you know, not only am I a Wind Waker partisan, but like when I got around to Majora's Mask, I thought there was just tons of stuff there that was also kind of under-recognized in its own time. And But I think Majora's Mask is one of those games where if you take it out of the context of what players desired at the time or what they expected, its reputation has, I think, deservedly just grown and grown. And there are a lot of Nintendo games in that position where, you know, it's not what people seem to want at the time, but once you get out of that kind of mindset of where the series was at that point and what the market wanted at that point, you can recognize just how much was going on design-wise that really didn't receive enough credit. I think it's certainly the same for Super Mario 3D World, definitely, and Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze comes up. The TKC Tropical Freeze, rather, comes up quite a lot in discussions like these. Like, where, honestly, you know, most people who were not particularly interested in the series going in that direction, or the developer going in that direction, did not have a sense of how much they were missing out. And yeah, Mill64, you know exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to that. I think Majora's Mask was very much in the same position. I didn't play it when it was current. I was not somebody who was really paying that much attention to the N64, to be honest. But I got much more of the sense of, you know, having caught up on something really kind of truly unique and unmatched with Majora's Mask than I did with Ocarina. And it's not Ocarina's fault. I mean, that's partly because so many of its designed ideas were iterated upon in future series in totally separate entries. But where I find it much harder to get back into Ocarina and recognize what it's doing than with Majora's Mask, where there is so much going on with it that has not really been attempted again. Switch ADHD, you said... Yeah, it seemed like if you were looking for like a more elaborate form of what Ocarina was doing, Twilight Princess was exactly the game that was going after you as an audience. I think that's very true. I think Twilight Princess probably did an even better job of that than is commonly supposed. So, yeah, totally understandable, of course. So Terminator, the first time I played Majora's Mask was not actually on original hardware. It was on a GameCube disc, because there was a GameCube collection. I don't even remember why it was released or when it was released. I think it was in conjunction with Wind Waker or something, but it had like the N64 games and the Master Quests, or... I may have multiple special editions of Zelda mixed up, in fact. But there were a couple of things like the... There was definitely a GameCube re-release, because that's how I would have played it, before also revisiting it on 3DS. Which was where I really began to appreciate it. Even though the 3DS version obviously does a few things quite differently. And yeah, I actually really liked Phantom Hourglass. I have a good story about Phantom Hourglass. So there is a particular moment in Phantom Hourglass when you are supposed to shout into the microphone on the DS. and because you're requesting, I don't know, bombs or a cannon or something like that. Now, most people figured out that you just needed to send a very strong signal into the DS microphone, so if you knew how to tap on a microphone port or something, you could do that. Now, when I reached that part of Phantom Hourglass, I was actually playing the game in a very public place. Because that's what a DS is for, right? Like, you bring out a DS and you just kind of have it with you. And I remember I got to that puzzle, and it was at the beginning of some kind of meeting or event that I was attending at the time. And I actually excused myself to go somewhere else private so I could pass that microphone interaction in Phantom Hourglass and then go back as though I'd, gone to the bathroom or something. That is, of course, only the second most memorable thing about Phantom Hourglass, and if you have played it before, you already know which is the first. In terms of DS-specific interactions. Yeah, Mil64, you remember the collection disc as well. Yeah, interesting that in the PAL region you had to buy 1080 Avalanche and Mario Kart to get it. Yeah, that's very curious. I very often forget that the 1080 series exists, to be honest. Like back in the days of all the jet ski and snowboard games and everything like that, that was also very popular in arcade. Okay. Mil64, we are in agreement with the Temple of the Ocean King. I really enjoyed it. I particularly liked speeding through it afterwards. The Temple of the Ocean King is the kind of concept that, progression-wise, it feels kind of like... I mean, it's obviously not structured like something like a Metroid game, for instance, but in terms of having power progression kind of allowing you to shortcut things that used to give you difficulty and really kind of blow through them, it has a very similar sense to it as something like late-game Metroid when you're just whipping through the map. And in some ways it's very similar to what we get in this game out of things like troll levels and puzzle levels, where you develop a certain amount of progression through knowledge as well, where, the more of it you've seen, the faster your replay and the more pleasant your replay through it. And I think that's something that... Whoops, sorry, Terminator, I don't mean to exit, I do mean to keep playing, I just double-tapped. And yeah, very underappreciated concept. I thought the way in which they somewhat doubled down on it in Spirit Tracks was pretty interesting as well. I remember I actually got into the Spirit Tracks online multiplayer quite a bit, in fact, with the Phantom controls, and if I'm remembering that accurately. The Phantom mode. I'm trying to remember which game that was in, actually. Maybe it was Hourglass. Oh my goodness, Terminator. I impulsively jumped at the very end because I wasn't clear on my momentum, and... that did not go well. Okay, let's do it again.
Also, one thing that people don't note very often about Phantom Hourglass, I think, is that it's actually where they started going back to playing with flexible dungeon order in the late game. I don't remember that much about the game, to be honest, but I do remember that it did have a flexible order for the late game items and dungeons long before other games in a series did it. And the thing is, I'm always poking around for possibilities like that, right? I was always very disappointed. Much as I love Wind Waker, I was always disappointed that you're kind of hard-locked to doing Earth Temple before Wind Temple for totally arbitrary reasons. When the game could easily have allowed you to do it in the opposite order with no issues. And so with something like Phantom Hourglass, I was kind of poking around in the late game and just trying to mess around with the item and dungeon order a bit, and it's a lot more flexible than people supposed. Long before they really leaned into that with games like A Link Between Worlds. I will say, Terminator, this is actually a good kind of conversation piece level, I guess, in terms of being able to chat. Give me one moment, please. Okay, sorry about that. We'll try to make this work. As I was just saying, Terminator, it's the kind of thing where, you know, you actually kind of want to get the early segments clean enough to be played on autopilot, and so it makes for a level that I'm able to talk over. I'd probably clear it faster if I weren't also just talking about Zelda the whole time, but I think the streaming experience is that I am talking about Zelda the whole time. Okay, let's try it again. Supernova, you're asking, did you hear little kid noises? Well, I don't know. Were you talking to yourself? Okay, let's try it again. And try to get back on track. Whoops. One moment, let me take care of a moderation issue. The bots have been winning lately. I guess they started to detect that remove the space was starting to get picked up by anti-spam measures, and so they don't even tell you to do so nowadays. Oops. Yeah, Terminator, that's one way to avoid the swords, but it's certainly no way to finish the level. I kind of wonder if it does break anything, given that there's no time limit. Because if you let the shell just go forward, right? Like, if you're able to get swords to despawn or to never spawn at all, I don't think it'll work, because a lot of the mechanisms are, like I said, very locally controlled in a way that, you know,
they would be dependent on camera position or on very nearby triggers like the P-switch. Or this on-off switch over here with the flop. Hang on. Need to restart that attempt. I was not ready. Took my hand off the controller for a moment. Okay, we've gotten so close at this point. And Supernova, by the way, I assume as usual that you're able to stay late, but if you actually are time constrained at some point, do let me know, because at least we're not locked behind checkpoint on this level, so I do plan to finish it today, but Terminator's level here. But if you're in a rush, it is something I'm able to interrupt and go back to. We're flowing through it well now, though, so we'll stick with it unless you urgently need to go or something. But Supernova, being a sensible person, is also nocturnal. I know, so... like the best of us. Momentum on this... oh my goodness. Yeah, it's that impulsive jump at the end when I should be staying on. Or leaning forward into that jump, actually. The problem with that jump is that I'm actually pulling back to cut momentum when I'm actually probably within range of the flag. Let's stay with us a bit longer, see if we can make that happen again. Except successfully. Put a 1-up at the start for Endless. Yeah, I guess that would work for the first 3 attempts. I actually had not noticed that 1-up, to be honest, because as somebody who never plays Endless, sometimes the 1-ups just read to me as noise. But that is a nice touch to just kind of give you the sound effect at the very beginning, right? To give you a little boost of encouragement, as well as that freeze frame from collecting the mushroom. Okay, let's see here. Okay, always have to remember to lean into the full jump going into that bounce. That's always a little bit tricky, but we'll see. Okay, let's see. We can just get back on track here. We've been so close so many times. Yeah, often I'm leaving that. Okay, let's clean this up. Just a moment. Let's just give my thumb a break, and we'll yeah, just try to refocus.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense that we would be talking about the Zelda series half the time while playing this level, because it is, after all, a Link extravaganza. Although I guess we're not supposed to be Link, so maybe fixating on Zelda the whole time is counterproductive to our objective here. Oops. Yeah, fullest of jumps there. Whoops. And a miss. Yeah, still having a couple of rough landings. Terminator, what you'll discover with time is that most conversations we hold here turn out to be metaphorical in some way. It is just often up to you to find out how. Oops. Yeah, let's try to get back in. Worried about my pacing there, but no, we got it. Worried about my angle there, but we got that too. No, you see, the thing is, when you land on the skull platform, it drags you forward, and you kind of need to pull back to follow the coin trail. And that's the thing that's really been giving me a problem. Because I do have a tendency to sort of slide forward into all that. We should take that down arrow seriously. Now, down arrow at that point would get you not into a shield, of course, because we should not be Link at that point. But it's kind of encouraging you not to jump too early. And we have not been taking that seriously because I have been jumping quite impulsively at the very end. Oops. Okay. Let's get up here and back down. This is feeling relatively comfortable. Okay, that was better than expected. No, I was trying to hit down there, but there's too much of a forward slide. It gives me 3 down arrows there to encourage me to duck down, but I'm sliding into that very aggressively. Whoa, did a little bit of a jump there that was totally unintended, but... we're so close on this. Not duck, just stand. Yeah, it looks like I do need to pull back quite a bit there. Because ducking into that just slides me forward. Like, I actually need to pull back but not jump. If I understand that.
Okay, good, good. Nope, landed too far to the right. The momentum cut was correct that time. I just had a bad landing. But if I kind of pull to the left on that landing, it works. I need to stop my forward momentum going into the landing. And that's the main adjustment. So yeah, let's try to close this out quickly so we can also do Supernova's submission. I will incidentally not be likely to take any levels beyond that today, just because of the amount of time we've been spending on this one. So we'll clear the rest of the queue, hopefully, which is this level in Supernovas, and we'll probably have to call it from there. So that's the current intention. We'll see how close we get to doing that. Mail, you gotta go? Yeah, thank you for dropping by for so long today, and for the conversation and the level, as always. And Terminator, the mole level of the week actually went rather well, I thought. Particularly once we got to the second half. Yeah, you know, skipping the landing on a first spring doesn't actually look that bad. Until it messes up your timing on the second spring. This seems to be the main hindrance there. Let's try to make that work. And switch ADHD, going to switch over to your TV, which is perhaps the kind of thing you would do as somebody calls switch ADHD. But no, do enjoy the lurk, and we'll hopefully be able to lull you to sleep when we see you on the other side. Okay, the full jump there works if I remember to do it. It works well, except I'm overshooting with the sword. Yeah, so I need to pull back in that location as well, and then we'll get so close to the ending. Nope, too far to the left on that spring that time. Okay, getting closer. No, I think we can do it. We're clearly within range.
Okay, let's try this. It's really the same spots that we've already been having trouble with. Hang on. Oh, I see. It's actually mushroom plus 1 up at the beginning. That's why we have to freeze frame from the mushroom and the sound effect from 1 up. Yeah. I don't know why that caught my attention now, but let's restart for a fresh attempt. Your only complaints, well, it's supposed to be kind of a minimal amount of information to work with, right? Like, they try to fill in some of that stuff with Age of Calamity, which is kind of an alternate timeline thing, but is sort of a tourist's eye view of the world of Breath of the Wild in the past, and the extra density of information doesn't really add that much, but it does highlight how well developed a lot of the existing story content around the Champions was in the first place, and how they had a pretty well-defined identity to work with when you look at the game in retrospect. To put it another way, I think when I played through Age of Calamity, it gave me a renewed respect for how much work on that score Breath of the Wild had already accomplished. And yeah, definitely though, when you play that much of Breath of the Wild and sink into the world, clearing the actual objective of defeating Ganon feels almost like an afterthought, or like one little job on a long run. Did I see the Arlo YouTube Big Fat Review? I have not. I know that Arlo is the one who is the YouTuber with the Blue Muppet, but I don't really watch the Nintendo YouTubers actively, and so all I know is that Arlo is apparently the person who complains a lot about Paper Mario, and is a Muppet, but I'm otherwise completely not up to speed with what Nintendo YouTube does. Yeah. I've hardly watched any Nintendo YouTube actually since Steve Gaming stopped posting. Steve, of course, being the big tech popularizer for Maker 1, who branched out to other Nintendo content after a bit of a hiatus. Seemed like he did lose interest in Maker 2 fairly rapidly, though, so... And eventually just kind of got out of the video game. The video-making game, rather. Whoops. Arlo talks about Breath of the Wild for 3.5 hours. Are you sure that's enough? I don't know if that's enough to go through what there is to say about it. I wasn't doing video content at the time that Breath of the Wild originally released, but I actually did take a lot of written notes of my own path through it at the time. And I remember assembling it in this document afterwards. It's just notes mostly. It's not really particularly good writing or anything, but I think my notes on it ran to something like 15,000 words or so. I might have to compile that somewhere public at some point. It was basically kind of like a play diary, because I thought it was an important game to track with that kind of granularity, since I wasn't... Like, I didn't have a capture card, I wasn't doing stream recording, but it was such an individuated experience that it felt important to have a record of that process of discovery. Also because, of course, the Hero's Path mapping feature was not available at launch, and so back then you couldn't see
a video replay of how you went through the map. And you would watch my analysis? Yeah, I should have actually, even offline, recorded some of my Master Mode run. It's not too late to do some of it, of course, but not quite the same thing as going through that whole process of discovery. I was strongly considering streaming the sequel if I have time next year. I usually don't stream extra long games like that because I don't want to only play on stream, but for Zelda I may make an exception, simply because it would be an experience worth documenting, probably. If it has even a fraction of the first game's flexibility. Okay, let's do this. No, let's not. Okay, let's do this. Supernova, you're asking you watch him analyze or watch his analysis. It depends on what you consider the difference, like whether you're thinking about the kind of process of live playing versus putting together some kind of summary or argument. Yeah, Nintendo YouTube seems pretty crowded at this point, otherwise I would kind of consider using that as a bit of a supplement to live streaming content, especially because I can't get on quite as often as I would like. But yeah, even, you know, Mario Maker YouTube seems like there's not much room or interest for YouTube style content at this stage. But, you know, I could be wrong about that. There could always be something we could fill in there that would still be interesting to people and worth a look. No, right at the last moment. We had it. I was cutting momentum with that extra jump there, but it looked like we could have done it that way. I think maybe we got dunked by swords at the end, but no, I think I just landed badly. Oh my goodness. We are so close. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Terminator. I may want to divert to Supernova's level first, because at the moment, I may have to cut off a bit earlier than expected. I will try to go back to this one if I have time at the end, but I want to loop around to Supernova's first. We'll try to put in one more good attempt on this, and we'll do that, because for time management reasons, as you folks know, things usually get pretty dicey for me by the time we get to the 4-hour mark. So yeah, Supernova, that's the paradoxical thing, is that there clearly is a lot of the more interesting aspects of Mario Maker that do not have YouTube coverage, but it's hard for anybody to get that content going, I think, simply because in terms of discoverability, it's been kind of crowded out by a lot of the existing channels, and the audience for it isn't on YouTube. The audience seems to be on Twitch. And yeah, to be honest, in spite of knowing a lot of streamers who do run Endless, I have never really seen the appeal of doing anything with Endless. Certainly not as a player, but... As a viewer, I think, you know, the appeal is a much more social one. Like, you're not really there for the level content, you're there for the player. But it's kind of too bad because I think it, in some ways, dramatically underrates this game. Okay, Terminator, as we said, we got to the final jump many times. I just don't know how much longer it'll take to get that attempt together. We will clear this. It might not be today. I will do Supernova's level first and see how much time we have left over, and we'll decide accordingly. But as always, Terminator, you are welcome to bring this back until I clear it. And if we do unfinished business later in the week, we'll definitely do this one for sure. So we are so close, but thankfully we can get back to where we were without too much trouble. And Mang, you're saying Nova dipped? Yeah, I guess so. Oh, whoops, I punched in the wrong letter there. That's a G, not a 6. So yeah, this might be the last thing, but we'll see. Oh, okay. This is Nova 69. Looks very... like, does Mang 69 have a groupie or a bandmate? Oh, I see, and this has been inactive for 2 years, unless this is one that we've seen previously. Okay, that's fine. 0.72 artificially difficult platformer that doesn't belong on your main account. Let's take a look. Mang 69 naturally has the record. And okay, there we go. And yeah, Supernova, I know that a number of other people that I've submitted to in the past on Twitch have tried to get, you know, some kind of quality showcase going, but again, I'm not sure where that audience is coming from that isn't already on Twitch. Like, if you know somebody like Aristotle, for instance, I think he mainly tried to pivot from Twitch to YouTube, and he's somebody who's quite serious about wanting good levels. But it seems like nobody in that position is really able to get a channel going, and I think that's one of the things that community-wise is really lacking about Maker 2. There isn't this kind of big mainstream anchor point to advanced tech and the creative possibilities of advanced tech the way that Sieve Gaming served that purpose in Maker 1. You need to jump back to this second platform, of course. Like, there's nobody who's really able to fulfill that function of being really watchable for people who don't even play the game, but who are kind of focused on things that are interesting from a maker's perspective, right? And yeah, you know Aristotle, and I think he's very much the kind of example I think of somebody who is trying to make that content happen, right? And yeah, I know he's been busy as well. I haven't really seen him on Twitch for the longest time. And I think he's one of those people who mainly pivoted to YouTube because he couldn't keep up with Twitch. Which is something that, you know, we may have to do with this channel eventually as well. And yeah, Lubin Snoop has been putting a lot into his YouTube content, but I think it speaks volumes that there was significantly more interest online in his Game Builder Garage videos than there ever was for Mario Maker, even though the Mario Maker content is a lot better than what else you'll find about Maker 2. And again, it's just a matter of where the audience is, right? Like, and where it's potentially coming from. Oh, and Electrodude, you had a bad experience with the feedback. That's unfortunate. That is too bad. Yeah, Supernova, we'll see how far we can get in this one. I may not be able to stay too long today, but... But I wanted to at least give this a go. And for things like the puzzle solutions and such, I don't know if anybody is really doing puzzle coverage on the YouTube side. Which was, back in Maker 1, I understand the function that Carl kind of performed before he pivoted almost entirely to Trolls. And to the kind of very distinctive post-Carl era of Trolls that he brought into existence. And he still does. Yeah, I know that he recently did a lot with the Grokowski contests. And I would assume that a lot of that would have been cut for YouTube, but... Like, if you think about the puzzle community side, it's not clear to me who is doing YouTube content otherwise. Now, we do need to bounce a little bit on a donut block, but then possibly stay on it for the icicle. And we'll try to get a little further with that. And Electrodude, you're going to attempt something new? Yeah, always good to at least come up with something you want to try. Yeah, I've been looking over my draft box as well to see if there's anything salvageable. It would make sense for YouTube to be an avenue of preservation for glitch content simply because of the difficulty of showing it off live when things are often taken down. Like, if you're able to kind of secure an upload by prearrangement and do it at some time offline and then work that way. That would make sense, but... Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, I honestly don't have the time to cut YouTube content at this point, but... It's definitely an avenue I'm considering in terms of whether it'll be... something that's unfulfilled that would still be able to get some viewer interest on side. Mang, that was my thought exactly. If you're going to make a Hammer Bro level anyway, may as well put them in a cloud. Next to the 15 Mecha Koopas. Okay. Yeah, I'm often adjusting onto that donut block and attempting to stay on. Okay, there we go. Oh, no, I have to hit the on-off switches, but that seems correct, that I do want to prevent the bomb detonation in that one spot. There was a similar mechanic in a previous Supernova level I played, I think, with thinking about preventing the bomb detonations. It seems familiar to me from something else that you had made some time ago, I think. Yeah, it was 6YMM. I was trying to remember which one it was because I played so much of your stuff. But it was that second one that you had with all the yellow blocks chaining everywhere. Whoa, okay, stayed way too long on that one. One of your two best levels, you think? I'm guessing this is the other one. In all seriousness, actually, I'm trying to guess what you would think of yourself as your other best one. I suspect it's Seesaw Airlines. But I may be wrong. No, Electrodude, I actually think it's probably Seesaw Airlines. Just understanding what Supernova values about his own level design. Oh yeah, of course, the SDGML level as well. Not to be confused with the one with the cake, right? Okay. It's definitely not a dragon. I know Supernova dislikes his own dragon for all the wrong reasons. Oh, I had a second opportunity to get on that block that was actually very straightforward. Okay, let's see if we can get this done quickly then. Oops. And yeah, being nudged against the ceiling there with that one tile offset, and then falling back down to the donut, that's been the main adjustment I've been running into trouble with so far. Let's see if we can do it. Slightly better landing accuracy all around. Whoops. I say as I slip off the edge. You want to power rank your own level. Yeah, that's a good one. I can see why Meng loves the head-on collider. It has proper speed. The kind of speed that Meng associates with Sonic the Hedgehog, probably. Okay, let's try to get on, and we'll try to finish out the second segment as quickly as we can. Okay, so it looks like you need to ride a couple of these out, and then what happens? Okay, let's try to duck into this. I mean, I'm sure Underground Hugs has a certain degree of sentimental value, just being the big breakout. But we'll see. I'm actually kind of interested in the Supernova power wreck now. Whoops. I find that people who create content in any given medium often have a very different sense of their personal favorites than what their audience does. Partly because they know what went into the creation of what was difficult and what was fun to work with and what was fun to test, etc. And it's like that with many forms where, you know, very often the kind of creator's attitude to it is informative in some surprising ways. Okay, so we're clearly not really in the back half of this yet. Let's see if we can get back into position. Yeah, a lot of this is just landing accurately on one block locations. And the readability is quite good, so... Vertical pipe entries will do their thing. Let's actually read this first before we do anything. I want to see what happens. So eventually we grab a mushroom that gives you a damage boost that allows you to get through the door. That's sensible. I should have stopped there to read that in the first place. That's clearly what it allows you to do, just to act as a cure for blindness, I guess. And that's a checkpoint. Good. Now let's drop into the claw and continue. Whoops. And yeah, DI Program, I think that's very true that, you know, if there's something that's kind of in the back end that was really difficult to put together, but which you did successfully, you're naturally going to have a stronger appreciation of that than someone in the audience who didn't know what went into it. Supernova, you said you fixed the mushroom issue. I'm kind of wondering what the mushroom issue was in the first place. Okay, let's hit this. Nope, let's not hit that. That's okay, it shouldn't take too long to proceed from here. Whoops. Yes, drop in. And get dunked on head by that. I needed to get on it earlier, not later. Because otherwise the claw will have dropped out already. Yeah, the amount of reading time I have for each obstacle is actually fairly generous here. I just need to land on the blocks. There are actually two mushrooms, the preview mushroom and a mushroom you collect. And you control which mushroom goes on a track with an on-off mechanism. Yeah, that makes sense given the awkwardness with the rule set for things like power-ups on tracks when it comes to whether they've been counted as consumed, right? Would that be the issue being addressed there? Okay, we need to not land on the munchers. That's an issue. That's kind of a nice touch, actually, to ensure that something like the preview mushroom is still available. Like, in terms of really kind of committing to having the preview screen be available to make that room playable. You can probably infer, looking at it, that it's something like survival until a damage boost, but it's good to have the preview available to get a sense of how that's going to look and how long it's going to take, more importantly. Whoops. And also, as you said, within the constraints of building in a half screen. And then a couple of short jumps over here, possibly even a spin jump. And then, yeah, I do need to jump off Yoshi and land on a Fire Flower, I think. I don't believe I can keep Yoshi there. That is a pretty quick series of interactions. I didn't expect Yoshi Duck to happen as well as it did, in fact. But let's see. The synchronization works there surprisingly well. The Muncher dunks you if you try to go in on that side, so I believe I will need the flower, but I will need to jump into it a bit differently. Or maybe I'm not supposed to hit the flower to begin with. But it's hard to tell because I think that's potentially something visually unclear. That it seems like you have a few possibilities there in terms of whether you hit the block and switch from Yoshi to flower, or try to keep Yoshi onto the block, and it's unclear how to progress. But the assumption usually would be that hitting the question block would be the thing to do. Given that it's not giving you a buzzing sound or any other do not hit signal. Like, I think the flower switch is likely the intended path. And Electric Dude, thank you for doing the spam duty there, because I was definitely not paying attention. Okay, try to get in and finish this. Yeah, we'll see if this works. Just one moment. Yeah, the double mushroom solution is quite nice. It's subtle, too. I wouldn't have noticed it if you hadn't pointed it out, because it is very well disguised. Okay, let's get up here quickly, enough to do the additional jump and totally miss. That blue pipe with the icicles up above. I don't know what that's all about. I guess that's something aesthetic to match some of the other height restrictions you see earlier in the level. One of the few aesthetic touches available to you here, I guess, with the half-screen build. I really have to remember that I can't jump into that from the left side. Yeah, no, I do need to dislodge the Muncher. The Muncher is already there on top of the block. It's the reason to hit the block. But I need to wrap around it in order to survive, and the nature of the Muncher bouncing to the left is something that has been catching me off guard. Mang, I'm glad you accurately calculated that my bot would not have been able to capture that message. Okay, let's... That was quite a gamble there. Luckily, you won. Whoops. Alright, let's get these attempts out of the way and get back on track.
Yeah, very important not to miss the egg, like I did just now. I really do like the egg synchronization, though. Like, I've pointed it out before, but that it's offset just well enough to consistently land on a platform for me is kind of nice, given that, you know, it also constrains the way that I can move towards the egg to tap it. There we go. And then we need a fire flower to hit the bomb, I see. It's funny because it did take me a moment to realize that you were saying something about what I said about getting back on track. That's how you know it's getting late in the stream. Okay, Supernova, we'll try to get this done. There's a non-zero chance that, along with Terminator's level, we might need to hold this to a bonus stream. I know I'm fairly far along and I can do it. It's going to depend on how quickly we can get back to the bomb interaction now. Well, stepping on Sonic has a legendary bonus path, that's for sure. It's the last section? Yeah, it looked like it, given the half-screen build and the amount of space we were covering. Okay, let's do it. Let's not. Yeah, it was a bit of an adjustment jump for safety, and that did not go. Oops. That was a very sad attempt to jump up on top of that cloud. Luca's not working on levels anymore. And Abi Minutes, thank you so much for the resub. With the flippity floppity, hope you're doing well. And yeah, always good to take a break from time to time. Luca's output has been pretty fantastic and very prolific over the past year. Especially for a maker who didn't have a lot of early uploads in the life of the game. Standing too close. So yeah, that's what the markers are for. You do need to hit fairly early or the bomb is too close. Okay, I know we're very near the end, but we'll have to see if I can actually make it. Okay. Yeah, the issue is landing cleanly on that platform and then adjusting out of it, and also firing in midair, which has been an issue before. Okay, let's knock that out. We're so close. And yeah, it's purely a timing issue, just understanding my falling speed relative to the track speed on the right side and being able to make that landing. It is very difficult to estimate, just given that you have this falling acceleration on the left side that I'm not accounting for on the right side. Okay, let's do it. 10 point is quite a nice marker for the ideal target for Yoshi, at least. Yeah, that is a difficult jump to spot. A lot of moving parts to that, and also instinctively, I think when it comes to landing on a single block space like that, I am very liable to try to adjust out of it to cut momentum so I don't slide. That's very prone to mistakes. At least we're learning to wrap around on the correct side a bit more often, but here's the thing. It seems like I'm going late, right? Because if I'm going too low, it should mean I'm going late because the acceleration on the left side is faster. It looks like I'm going early because of the fact that the platform that I'm landing on isn't low enough, but I think I'm actually going late. And so I'm correcting that in the wrong direction, if I understand that properly, because psychologically, you know, you fail to make a landing, you think, okay, I clearly have to jump sooner. But if you're almost accidentally hitting start over, then suddenly you're working with a very different scenario. By which I mean if you're on a falling platform, rather. No, we do have to duck out of that. I'd sort of done that instinctively so many times, it was not previously an issue. Okay, this is rapidly going badly. It's okay, it's the 2 bomb hits, and maybe there isn't too much coming out of that. Yeah. I haven't really found the ideal departure. Well, you see Supernova, that's the only way I can beat platforming obstacles that are sometimes beyond my level of finesse, right? Like, you kind of have to try to puzzle your way through the interaction and spot the adjustment and reverse engineer what it is that's going on. I wouldn't say also that I've learned how to adjust my actions accordingly. We clearly haven't done that very successfully yet. Yeah, let's land. Yeah, it does seem like in the player base there are some very different contending attitudes to one's willingness to adjust to things that are unmarked. I would imagine that you might get a certain amount of indication complaints about there in terms of, you know, having to gauge your own height instead of following a coin trail or anything like that. Not that a coin trail would be precise enough to help there. It might be. Oops. But I definitely get the sense that I am trying to determine the height there by trial and error. Just from, you know, not being able to estimate the falling speed. And yeah, we'll see what we can do with that. So I don't really know how blind friendly it is. Could be that people who read falling speeds better are able to do it in one go, but there we go. There we go. Yeah, once again, it's the landing adjustment that threw me off because the block moves to the right. But yeah, going super early there actually helps a lot. So that's a breakthrough. And hopefully a significant one. Nope. Yeah, the adjustment jump is making my bomb firing jump too late. Not that we're very proficient at firing from a jumping position to begin with. But it's good to have confirmation that my understanding of the required adjustment there was in fact correct. That's very, very helpful. Okay, let's try it again. Yeah, okay, it's the back and forth swinging of the claw that is responsible for missing the landing there. When you look at the def animation there, I'm falling off screen because the claw is swinging too far to the right. So that is slightly timing dependent. And we'll try to fix it. Nice and early. Nice and early. And miss. It's a new record. At this point, I'm not actually sure what the bomb activation is for in terms of getting rid of the hard blocks at the bottom. I don't see yet what that accomplishes. I'm just doing it because it seems like the required thing to do. But I haven't yet read what that does. Okay, over here. Damage boost. And that's spin jump. Series of spin jumps. Okay. Supernova, I think I may have to cut off at this point. I do want to continue it and finish it, but I think it looks like there's enough that I need to work on with the remaining section with the mushroom and the stomp through the yellow blocks that I want to do a more dedicated session to this. So we'll schedule some kind of overflow stream this week and make sure we cover both this and a Terminator level. And we'll hopefully work out a time that works for you. But I am way over at this point, so particularly because I had a late start today. I wouldn't say it's artificially difficult. I actually think it works well for the most part. There are a few locations that we can talk about when I go over this one again in a little more detail. I don't know if by then you're going to have a version 3 or anything, but if you do, you should definitely let me know. Because I don't know if this is a work in progress or anything. But we are going to call it at this point, and we'll send you on to somebody else. And there is a Nye room after the turn block part. Yeah, so I'm glad I'm going to have a separate sitting for this. But definitely thanks for showing that to me, and we will absolutely get back to it. And naturally that means I can't stay long enough to finish the Terminator level as well, despite having gotten to the last jump. But once again, we'll do a bonus stream for those later in the week. We'll keep you updated on the Discord with the schedule, which has been kind of fluctuating day to day. And we'll send you on to another channel. So, once again, thanks to everyone for watching. Thank you for all the level submissions today. I know we didn't get too many clears, but we will work with what we have, I guess. And we'll send you off to somewhere in just a moment, but until then, have a great weekend. Have a great time at building or playing or whatever else it is you're doing. And as always, fare thee well.